ça la capa jamais mort. Tibite là nous lever bon Dieu va nous toutes ces bagailles ça la pour plaisir qu'on nous et à nous tienne li cosa c'est piti qui capelle ouais mais dormi dans la calèche be manico les la linga cliriacia et yo calé la guerre pour hacher poisson tout ça dine c'est piti ça la capa jamais mort tibite là nous lever bon Dieu va nous toutes ces bagailles ça là pour plaisir qu'on nous et à nous tienne li cosa c'est piti qui capelle ouais mais dormi zampa kali chuizika mon kati witim tim les souhaits et tout mon kapoui mas jijoupe tout ça dine c'est piti ça la capa jamais mort tibite là nous les baby bon Dieu va nous toutes ces bagailles ça la pour plaisir qu'on nous et à nous tienne li cosa et à nous tienne li cosa et à nous tienne li encore et les bois les petits garçons qui a tué Vegas tout ça d'aille c'est vite ça la capa jamais mort tibite là nous les baby bon Dieu va nous toutes ces bagailles ça la pour plaisir qu'on nous et à nous tienne li cosa c'est piti qui capelle ouais mais dormi so la via da toi tu la nuit si bien qu'à chanter à hasier et garçon qu'a fouillé wash derrière si qui est tout ça dine c'est piti ça la capa jamais moi tibite là nous les baby bon Dieu va nous toutes ces bagailles ça la pour plaisir qu'on nous et à nous tienne li cosa c'est piti qui capelle ouais mais dormi les fois pour cahier la nuit si oui quand on y est à tout à tout yo c'est pour la capture yo et puis vous aille tout ça dine c'est piti ça la capa jamais mort tibite là nous les baby bon Dieu va nous toutes ces bagailles ça la pour plaisir qu'on nous et à nous tienne li cosa c'est piti qui capelle ouais mais dormi dans la calèche be manico les la linga cliriacia et yo calé la guerre pour hacher poisson tout ça dine c'est piti ça la capa jamais mort tibite là nous les baby bon Dieu va nous toutes ces bagailles ça là pour plaisir qu'on nous et à nous tienne li cosa
Okay, so we can now go to our program. It's already 5 minutes going down after the hour of 7 o'clock. To my good buddy, my good friend, good evening to you, sir.
Good evening. It's a pleasure to be here with you this evening again.
And
I have a thought for today. We don't receive wisdom. We must discover it for ourselves after a journey that no one can take for us or spare us. Marcel Proust. He was a French novelist, essayist, and he tells us, "À nous changer la temps perdu." Let us remember the time of the past. Right? So, when we remember about wisdom, we don't receive it. It's through our experience and our journey along life's way, Cecil. So wisdom is something that we must experience for ourselves.
But you see, as I always say to people, wisdom doesn't come from man. Wisdom comes from God. So while you're talking about wisdom, we must experience it for ourselves. We have to understand that the wisdom that we're talking about comes from only one person. Knowledge comes from man. Man can acquire knowledge. But with wisdom, it has to be given to you from the Almighty.
Well, I agree with you to an extent, but it's something you develop over many years. You make your mistakes and you learn from them. And you try not to repeat them. In other words, many times people want to tell you, they're just born, and they want to tell you about your experience. So it takes time. You remember what Piti Kosho, what you call Jello Long Kosana and Kosho, Mama Kosho di Tattoo Tattoo. In time, you'll experience what life is. You're just born. You want to just come and tell me, but after a period of time, you'll gather that.
You gather the information to know that you will know why my mouth is long.
That's correct. Yeah.
But we are here again for another beautiful Sunday Lakou program. I must say to you, Adams, that this program is growing by leaps and bounds. I mean, the amount of people that I've met, in and out of Roseau, who are actually saying to me that they listen every Sunday night. So it's mandatory of me to always have somebody line up so that we can have the program Lakou. Last week I said it was Aileen Burton, but I just want to apologize to the listeners. It's actually Mr. Prosper Paris, Kalinago, maybe politically correct, a Kalinago brother from the Kalinago territory. And tonight we'll be having a mystic time with him. I know that this man has quite a lot of knowledge, quite a lot of information to give us here this evening. And so I want to go across to him and to say good evening to you, Mr. Prosper Paris. Good evening to you, sir.
Good evening, Buiti Buhari. Good night.
You say Abwiti Buhari?
Yeah,
Abwiti Buhari. My friend, can you say that Abwiti Buhari?
Buiti.
Uiti Buhari.
OPT.
No, but Upiti is
Buiti is a Buiti.
so B.
Buiti.
Yes.
Buiti.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
And talk to us. Tell us. Talk to us. Tell us all about you now.
Oh yes. Okay. I am Prosper Paris, better known in my community like Pros. So most of my friends call me Pros, but people in my business circles call me Paris. And I have a new name now. So in my people that in the cultural arena will call me Tubulu, which is my Kalina no name for about 5 years now. So Tubulu means the backbone. So I am Prosper Paris, better known as Tubulu.
So you're actually the backbone of the Kalinago culture. You're the one who is more or less the anthropologist of the Kalinago territory.
Yes, so one of those. Well, I don't to everything, but I feel I do a lot of research. I am passionate about my Kalinago history, its heritage. So what I don't know, I do some research. I had an opportunity to speak to the elderly people many years ago, so I got a good knowledge of the past, present, and now I'm looking forward to see how we can shape the future.
Well, before Cecil take you on, I remember learning about the Kalinago people from a former priest and a historian, Frederick Taylor. The name of the priest was Las Casas, who spent many years writing about the Kalinago people in Dominica. Have you ever heard about Las Casas?
Oh yeah, Bartholomew Las Casas.
That's right.
A man like Prosper, you
No, I'm just asking him.
The man is well a learning man from the Kalinago territory.
And I understood, although he was a priest, he also had 4 Kalinago wives.
You're talking about
Las Casas.
Las Casas? 4 Kalinago wives?
Yeah. Although he was a priest.
Meaning what? Meaning what?
Well, it was the first time people heard of a priest having wives. Well, Paris, I leave that to you.
Paris, can I say? What can I get the name again? Your Carib name again?
Tubulu, Nico Tubulu.
Nico Tibulu.
Yeah, the backbone.
Okay, Tubulu is what my friend is saying. Is it facts? I don't like rumors.
Well, some of the history, and depending on what you read about, it is just a blessing. The Kalinago people, like myself, are still alive to correct history, because the history of the white man was written to excite a white audience, and everything mystic, and what we write would have to get the British French or European readers excited, he will score on that. But I don't want to argue whether he had the four wives, but Bartholomew, he was following Columbus on the second voyage. Isabella ensured that because we had two interests there. Ferdinand was wealth. Isabella was a loyal Catholic, and she was keen into spreading Christianity all over the world. So he said she Bartholomew followed. He was a priest on the boat, and he would have rich and for to convert the savages, as it was told at that time, to Christianity and what they call civilization, the way and to accept European values. So that was a task of the rule of Bartholomew Las Casas.
Yeah, so he was there to Christianize the uncivilized people who at
Yeah,
that time regarded as probably cannibals, people who,
savage.
savages.
Yeah.
It's a fort, right? Because you said uncivilized people. It's a
Yeah, well,
fort that he had.
that's what
They
the
believed.
Europeans, that's what the Europeans
Point
believe.
of view. That's the point of view of Europe.
Yes, okay. That
So
was
for
your
them,
point of
they
view.
were the only civilized people.
You're so right. No, no, Paris, we are here tonight. We are going to speak to you about your Lakou, and we know that your Lakou is the Kalinago territory. We know that your Lakou is the life that you lived in the Kalinago territory, and you're going to help us to have a greater understanding of what transpired in your Lakou, and to give us a greater understanding as to how the Kalinago was able to grow into its modern space that it is in today, coming from the Lakou.
Yeah. I've been listening to your program, and I have learned much about the Roseau type Laku. One thing. So the Laku for us, what I said was the perimeter of your house, the surrounding, the private setting. Some people could come in that Laku. Some people was had to stay outside of the circuit because in Kalinago territory, although we were all Kalinagos, but there were different clans. The clans was different people. You had the Parises, the Dupinis, you had the Valmon, these people there. And while we were Kalinago, they did certain things differently. There were people that would be very strong in herbs, people with craft, and not only craft, but different type of craft. Some people did bamboo work, for example, and some people do herbal medicine. Some people very good at the preservation of meat, and then you had all this was kind of coming together and make the community very unique as a Kalinago community or a small villages because as and maybe our listeners who are listening may not know, we were very dispersed. The houses were far apart, very far apart. We live in all the space. So we had enough land that we occupied, had a small, humble shelter called our house. Then around that would have our medical garden, which was that was our nurse and doctor right there. Then around it you would have plant your mayok, your pigeon peas, sweet potatoes, and different other short-term crops like okra and those things that was planted around the yard. And in the yard itself was in some areas where you had flat was very clean. The Kalinagos were very clean people. The yard was always swept very clean. The grass was cut down, and every time you meet an elder or young person, they would always have a broom sweeping that area and have it cleaned. So that was what they call the space in itself. What happened in that space depends on the clan, that whether that person, sometimes you find you go to a family and a whole family just sit around there, who is scraping the back of Pomdilian, who is scraping Nibi, the children doing a small basket, and everybody is involved in that particular work. And so you find that children learn skills of basket weaving from a very early age. one of the other things that was taking our time, I'm talking about long ago, where you didn't have no distraction, what we call the luxury of TV and those things there. So you had one other thing that would take you most of your time and engagement, and it was so much a fun, like a social, was a production of cassava, which was a family thing, and every member of the household would take part in that, patronizing that, and it was an area where while food is being prepared, you're being educated, your folk stories, your old jokes, you hear stories of different people which you even didn't know, but the elders would have mentioned other people that had passed on very long ago. But they mentioned some of the attributes, some of their heritage, legacy that would pass on to the people at present at those activities there. So it was quite different from every plan they would go, that certain activities will vary depending on where you are.
I like how we were able to start tonight's program, because I want to go through the Kalinago, understanding one, the culture, two, education, three, the church. So let us start, I think, with the church. As a boy growing up, Prosper, what was
Mhm.
the influence of the church over your culture? What was the influence over your church in your community?
In my growing up,
Cecil, I would say, to be more specific, the Roman Catholic Church.
yes, I understand. Because that is what we had. I grew up with Roman Catholic, and there's about two other churches I knew very, very close, but they had a lot of trouble breaking through for the Catholic. The Catholic was very strict in its teaching, and for one, you were just dominated by the church. The church come at an early age and colonize all people and make you understand that there was somebody upstairs there to take care of you, and there were certain rules, church rules you had to follow to reach that destiny you had to reach. So the church had come with its own way of worship you had to follow. Nobody, even today, that many people question what the church teachings and the way that they do the different ceremonies. Um, you don't question that, you just accept it. The Pope, from where he is in the Vatican, would have done certain things, come down the line, and then reach Archbishop and come down the line to the priests, to the lay ministers, to the associate, and they implement the wishes and the laws of the church. So we were very respectful to the teaching of the church. I grew as a Catholic, and we had to walk miles, run and walk miles to get from Bataka, which is almost without a trek. We could it covers about 3 miles down the line, maybe almost 4 miles. But we would do that in the truck in 35 minutes because we were young boys, and we'd pass the old Colonial Road, and we would run that down by Margaret, people go to that, pass the old road and reach Salete, which is that was the only Catholic church we had in the territory of the Salika Roman Catholic Church down in Salete. So everybody from Atkins and Twizel up to Sileku would have to come down to that church every Sunday, and I myself took part in what they call children mass. So you had to go there very early. You had to make a lot of preparation. I'm talking about myself. I tell you about how it was, but preparation to go to make first communion, because you were baptized at that time. Your parents being with the church, they had a porters, some strong lady who carry you, and then you have your nenen, and your nenen was the one who influenced the name sometimes, which name they call you. Actually, my name Prosper was given to me by my nenen, Prosper from the Tempest, Prospero by Shakespeare. And so my porters, I call her nenen, which is taking, she was the one I spent most time with. She was the time who really I appreciate as a nenen, I didn't really appreciate. the other name, and I was like, maybe she wasn't close to me as my porters, but I have two names, and one of them I cherish, and she cherishes me most. So we have this very loyalty to the church. So when you had to prepare yourself for first communion, you had the catechist people who come in my time. We had some people who were very specific. I mean, they too was very strict to teach you your different rules, your different songs, and what the church stands for, what you have Eucharist, what it stands for. So you have to internalize that and make it known that this is the body and blood of Christ you're having. And before that, maybe you couldn't eat when you go to church because you had to take in that first. When you make first communion, you have to stay by. You have to go down the road. It's nothing. Wait for the whole mass and receive Holy Communion, and then when you reach, you take a time to give some water and let that sink in. The Eucharist went down, and then you go up. So the church was very, very influential. It was something that we were following, very loyal to, which I can not say no is happening, but we had a lot of people walking barefoot, mind you, barefoot. So you had the shoes that you go to church. The practice is you run all the road down barefoot, and then when you reach close, there was a river close by. Run by the river, wash your foot, put your shoes, and walk to church. So so you had to take care of yourself, and then in those days clothes wasn't so plentiful, so you had your special church clothes. That when you come out from church, you pack that for like Sunday. Even the shoes, you could wear everything for the week. You're going around without shoes for the whole week. But if you had a church shoes, that was primarily for your church, for attending church services.
I just want to say good evening to the folks that are on Facebook and YouTube. Glenda Figan, I just want to say good evening to you and thank you for watching. Sandra Sayer also said that she's watching and said good evening to us all. Good evening to you, Sandra. Martina Roy, always tuned from New York. She said good evening, gentlemen. I'm watching. And Jenny Dangaben, good evening to all of you. Hi Prosper, that's what she said. That's Jenny Dangaben. I'm sure you know Jenny Dangaben.
Yes, yeah. Good night. Good night to listening and watching.
And Rosaline Savrin McLean said, good evening, panel, listening from New York. And Alvan Christopher is also saying good night to us, gentlemen. So now we're talking about the church, and I'm happy that you are able to outline some of the things that actually happened during the church. I know that you spoke about walking from home to the church, and you said it would have been about 3 to 4 miles to the church. When you arrive at the church, sign of the cross, when you see the church, would you have made the sign of the cross first as a Kalinago? At what time would you all would have made the sign of the cross?
Well, it was church rules. There was a little water hole, I think, on the left side or right side. So there was a holy water there. So by law, and there were some Bidu ladies that was older people, we call them Bidu, that would ensure that you take that water, you make the sign of the cross and the genuflex, and then you walk to the aisle, and even before you sit again, you genuflex and sit. And you have to be careful where you sit because there was a special queue from certain people that they thought that was there. The front seat belonged to them, so you couldn't sit there.
You mean when you say the front seat belonged to them, that means they paid for the seat?
No, just that it was people who take care of the church, people, in more high repute in the community, they would, you would not bother go there, you would let us stay aside. When they sit over there, occupy their seat. When they come on Sundays, you don't know, is there a seat? Because a traditional thing, when you go, that person's sitting there. I know some older people in church, when they go, they will come and they will see this seat full of people and they will stand up there, they will go nowhere else. Because for them, that is mine. They do pay for it. But so they are so accustomed when they put the regular church goers that that is my seat.
That is serious business, man. that if you sit there before them, or if you arrive at church before them, and you sit there before them, The coupe Z they give you would make you get up.
Yeah, they reach in and they just crazy. They said, it's crazy. They said, watching. So, and they just say nothing. They just have to realize that this, and they would just look at you. In my space.
No.
But there's a few people there. In my time, there were people which I respected. When they come, you had to shift on the side.
No.
Older people. Yeah.
In those days, you had no Kalinago priests.
No. We only get Kalinago lately, but we had no. All our priests were mostly French
priests. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Now, how did you all come to accept a white priest, even if you believe that the church was doing well with you? How did you all, knowing that the white man in the early period would have, especially coming from Europe, would have degraded you all, would have called you all cannibals, and yet still today a white guy is coming before you to preach the word of God?
Well, that mindset was not there at the time. So it took some time. As I remember, I told you that we were very loyal to the church. You need a community that are already in the church. Because in the older days, they had been going on so much because, we have been exposed to Christianity very, very early. And since in the 17th century, 1630s, you had people like Raymond Breton, which was one of the first missionary, arriving in Dominica, in Guadeloupe, in Capital Dominica regularly. And the Kalinagos had so much a tie with him that they call him, instead of calling him father, they call it Baba, which is father in Kalinago. So they knew him as Baba Breton. So they knew very much how to respect that priest, and they did not have any big resistance at the time. But long ago they had. Talking about the fight of Kalinago had around colonization, it means that they were fighting all the time. But it comes a time where, the Kalinagos were very timid and quiet. They are, as far as I'm concerned, losing that warlike spirit within them. So the other part was Christianity. And Christianity served like a getaway from the miseries, so that they were taught that don't worry, you're suffering. There's better days upstairs somewhere.
Now, would that have been said to you in the Lakou, in your community where you stayed? Respect the priests. They are here to help us to become better people.
Oh yes, people. The time the priest was walking down the road, and when the priest imagine the priest is having service in Salidale. The priest is riding on a horse from Wesley coming up. But there were certain Kalinagos from Baraka, the family, who had sent one of the big boys to pay Goa to meet that priest, to greet him, and to lead the priest up behind him. But the priest is on horseback, and that little boy running all the way to Baraka with the priest, because it was like a form of respect to the priest that you had to give him a company. So let him go around, guide him. Doesn't mean he lost, but it doesn't matter if you have so much respect for the priest that you had to send somebody down to Hartley Garden there. Over there was a spring bridge once there. So you had to meet him next side of the spring bridge, and then you said goodbye. Anyway, come with your father, my village, and in part of the priest French, and then you had to lead him all the way to Salidale on, and he's riding on his horse. He will not give you a ride on his horse. He's riding very, and he said, come on, my boy. I know Ali. And he's on horseback, and he pointed to you, and you put freaking Zigang trying to keep up with him, because he's on horseback. So let me show the level of priest. I don't think when the priests, they fear the priests, when the priests actually, in those days, those priests, they walk with a sultan, as you call it, they wouldn't go just normally. Yes. They will walk the black sultan on them. So when you see that priest there, you will quickly make the sign of the cross, Huh. And you see, me pay happy is all. The priest used to cross from the territory, then he had to cross certain rivers, and sometimes you find that priests, a lot of children or even grown-ups, ladies bathing naked. We didn't have At that time, they have what they call Brazil, everybody have a fancy on them and they bring the kitty outside and they will bring, nobody think it's a big thing. But, when you see Chris coming, it's either you go underwater or you hold your both hands because Father have the knee, peck have the knee, so peck it well. And you have to run. And I think that is not only the pay, the Kalinago, the wind, that didn't like people to see them. So if I see you coming, brother, I will hide. You not see me. Not because I afraid you, but it's that if you don't see me, I feel better. So you just dive under some bush and hide and you pass, spy on the people. That is why some people had the notion that we were savages, we running on the city, we afraid people. It doesn't matter afraid, it was just a game that we thought that boy is walk here and Mr. coming, I don't make Mr. see, so I duck Mr. High banner to and see Mr. Fast when they see you. So it was a mistake too because you see some Kalinagos there and you have all intention to meet them and talk to them and any which place you will see everybody, nobody, they empty, you see where they will disappear, but they hide you.
No, Paris, what became of your traditional beliefs? Because before the pair came, you had your beliefs. And even the
Yeah.
pair is there, you still have your beliefs. So what became of your belief during that period of the priest and them coming to Kalinago territory?
Yeah, the belief was, I mean, from my, we already had, if you follow the history of the Kalinago in the Caribbean, we had very lost a lot of our way of connecting with the Great Spirit using the ancestral ways. And we, colonization came together with Christianity. And we were killed, not only we, all the other Amerindians, the Arawak was killed by hundreds in the form of subduing to accepting Christianity. And it was a, a battle of pride because it wasn't quite easy. You were punished. You were punished for not accepting that path Christianity path. You were closing. You were like an animal. You were treated that way because in the history I was told and read that two people didn't have no heart, no soul. The Negro didn't have no soul, neither did the Kalinagos, indigenous people. And actually, fortunate for us, the Kalinagos, we were given that honor of having soul even before our 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 black our black brothers. So this was a quite amazing development in the history of Kalinago people.
I just want to say that there's still a number of people are tuned and listening and looking up to our program. Yolan Kepel is said that she's watching. She said good evening. Agnes Bolmin said good evening everyone. Randy Turney said good night to you. Benjamin Joseph also said he's watching. Martina Roy said that there was also white priests in Vickers and I want us to talk about that because I know the Catholic Church actually stemmed from Vickers when the white priest came from Guadeloupe to Vickers, and I'm sure that you would have some information on that. Alvin Thomas said that he's watching, and also Snapper Lura said that he is watching the program, and I just want to say good evening to all of these people. Earl Hamilton is watching from St. Martin, and Wynant Jones is also watching, and just want to say good evening to these people that are tuned to us. Rennick Thomas, thank you for watching and listening. Now, the church. So we saw all what the church would have done. Now, what is the relationship now between the Kalinagos and the people from Wesley? Because I suspect that Wesley was the headquarters. That's where the presbytery would have maybe been for the Catholic Church at that time. And Vickers. Can you give us an understanding as to the relationship that existed between these three communities, Vickers, Wesley, and the Kalinago territory?
Well, Vehicles was where the Father Breton was one of the first churches was built in Itassi, Vehicles. So that was a large community of Kalinagos in Vehicles. And all over the region, wherever there was a large community, the Catholic ensured that they put a church there. An audience, whether and so there was they want to put a church, and that is you can see it anywhere. You see the church in Polio, you see the church in Grande, the church in Vehicles, and then La Soy, which is Wesley. We also had a Calvinago community in Bottom Wesley. And so you had choices. So the Kalinagos would have two choices, especially in Christmas, celebrate Christmas. They would go to Wesley to celebrate Mass there, or else they had to go all the way to Casabus. Because of connection, the Kalinagos, some of them chose, well, in my immediate family, because I have connection there, the princes are my cousins on my mother's side. So when you talk about the princes, Apuari guy in Wesley is our cousin. And many other princes which I don't know, but they know me. so the Kalinagos would go there to celebrate the what they call Christmas Eve Mass, Noel. But something interesting too in Wesley, it wasn't even church. Because of the Kalinagos that loved their soppy, and they would go there and enjoy themselves so much. And since the Kalinagos under the influence of his soppy, they get hot and they will fight among themselves, not a hate fight because they had steam up and they wanted us, take out some energy, and they had some wood fight, and that was a fun for the other guys in Wesley. But after that, the Kalinagos would have come up the way up, walk all the way up, but where they had drink some good soppy, and they had so good fight, and then they're back to the territory. And that was it. No Bonwell, because that was part of the of the celebration, attending bars, drink, and then they had exercised some what they call some friendly exchange of coup point.
Hang on, Paris. You mean to tell me when fellas get their rum or their wabio, the Kalinagos, they exchange friendly fire, punch, cool point, they fight.
Yeah, they fight, but it doesn't hit. Not that thing that kill you or run for potholes and see where I cannot start. You know, weaponry was involved in that. The true strength, they drinking, they get an argument, that's all. They did nothing. The only way to solve that, because they wasn't going to argue and make it like they would have talk over it and create a big, nothing. They get high. The thing is that you have a lot, Androgen get high in their body, so they would, so don't about them, a chuck is in a good cock, and then I do, and you have people looking at you, they're looking at you like a wrestling match. Beat it, and then you get down, you get one shot, you get down, okay, you lose out, right? So that's it. They shake hands, it's so foreman. I didn't know for accept it if you accept it if it was not hit that you would keep on your mind, and then it was not hit fight. I never knew.
So that tradition
I have seen a friendly exchange between my father and a co-worker. My father come out to work, and I was, a young boy, and we were at home, and there's a road passing, and then on my eldest estate, but she seen two people fighting in the road there. So what they fighting for? And they would look at a closer look. I say it's my father that's fighting his colleague. They come out to work, and they have the cutlass, they have the axe that is sharp, but they put it down, they put the cutlass down, they roll up their pants, and they're fighting, But the joke is why they were fighting. You want to know why?
Tell us.
Abo, people remember that Abo was a guy who liked to carry rum with him, My father never used to carry rum much in his person, all going in his belly, in his stomach, but Abo used to go home with a half bottle of soppy. So at the end, they had a great day, worked, so when they reached, they were saying they talk and they're going back. And they asked my father where he can take a shot. But my father, sometimes like to take big, quick gorge. So my dad saying that was something that was, he just take that and just put it and swallow that. And he said, boy, so he telling, for mo kaje u pon gwa, u koni pe tout ba, mo u va faire ça comme cochon, man. Well, that upset my father. He said, tout le monde peut cochon, and then he cabo say for Abo, Abo so say, yeah, and then put his axe down and his cutlass down, and they fire into shot, to just steam up and just to take the frustration. But that wasn't it. Why would they put the axe down, cutlass? There was nothing of harm that they were either. It was that as a teach you a lesson, being bold. He didn't trick me right, so that's the way we're going to set the matter.
So that type of tradition is no more.
It stayed for a while. They were exchanged. Not in that. Then there was what we call Lawan. In Lawan, it was what they call area as that Lawan was played in 9 nights a week. And they will sing Tiwai Malo, Point Sola, Mutre Sola, Pada Sola. So it's a matter of you showing them the action, but it's going to fight. But afterward, even in the ring game, become violent because of that. It doesn't like the big judo he gets, the wrestling game in a ring, and he doesn't like that people laugh, so he gets shame and he resort to violence. He changed it that way. But long ago, fighting wasn't seen because they say, "Why they megume?" The people always say, "Why they megume?" They like to fight, so let them drink. Give them, and it was good. The fellas go down there, they'll buy and drink. The other people will feed them with drink, and doing that with the themselves, they entertain by a good fight. So they capitalize on that because they know that they can go without money and rest, but they'll get all their drink. All they have to do was put a good fight and come back up.
No, I want to know in your yard growing up, how did you all resolve things of that nature, fights? How did you all resolve in those situations in your yard?
Well, in the yard was depending on the amount of children you had in there. We had large families. Most of the Kalinagories are large families, so they ring games and other pastime was really limited in my time to what you call somebody pay. Somebody pay is what your top. You have a top. You the person up top. You put the person you got sit here. You put a wood in the center. Then you play the top, try to hit that wood out of the way. The games that children play in the yard was marbles. You had with cashew nut, zing, zog, zapat, making holes in that. And then if you had a larger yard where there was girls involved there, then they would make a skipping with podkapi, using that to skip. So where girls was involved, they were skipping and so forth. But otherwise, there was in the yard. It was always work. Be it boat making, look boys looking at boat making, or doing basket weaving. That was the type of activity that would go in a Kalinago setting in this yard.
Yeah. Cecil. Yeah. In terms of, but you all had no lights. What all you use?
We use bullseye. In my nights, bullseye was the main thing. Flambeau. We would have two type of bullseye. When things start to modernize, use bottles and you would put kerosene in it and you would make a bullseye. The other thing was they use washadel. Washadel is a wood you get by the sea. You cut it into strips and very small strips and you tie it down and you put it up again and you put it up tight with rope and then you have this string can really stay for the whole hours as light. We use lights from oil, your coconut oil. You would get a tin either glass or tin itself. We start to get tin oil coming, modernized. So you have a Nestle condensed milk tin. You can cover, you turn that well at the edge, and you pour water, and then you put your oil, then you get a little two little stick tush. You put your ledge, those ledges, those the cork you get from the French wine, those ledge there. You cut it in pieces, you chop in your tush, you tie your cotton in the center, then you have light. That is what we live or live in many times. And you had normal light there, and you had what they call a lamp vierge, which was a little Papa God house, we will call it in children, where you put your cross. Again, back to the religion business. So you have a cross, a rosary in that area, and then you have a oil lamp burning as part of light, but also part of your spirituality.
Tell us a little bit more about that light, the way that you all, because you just spoke about spirituality. Tell us how much did you all actually use the two types of lights that you would have been using for you to see what you need to do. But tell us, I want to know really. I don't want to confuse you in terms of the questions. The question I want to find out from you, in reference to the spirits. How much did the bullseye? That's what I wanted to get. What I wanted to get. The bullseye. How much it played in invoking the spirit when you all are together.
Yeah, the bullseye didn't. The bullseye wasn't the business spirit. The oil lamp was the spiritual lamp, which you keep in the lamp edge. So your prayers and everything go to the lamp edge. The bullseye was made in times very much early when we get accustomed to kerosene, and that was used in the kitchen because the fishermen will come out from when it's still late, so you have fish to take care out and you have bullseye. If you had to go somewhere from one neighborhood to the other, this bullseye you would use. So it was used. It was a main means of your lights for traveling. You have a little bullseye in your plastic, or your bag. There's much plastic at that time. But when you're coming back, if you know you're coming back in darkness, you make sure that you have a bullseye with you. So it's a touchlight. So when that person will be somewhere and you have to make your way back, you would light your bullseye and come back. So you'll see it. Only time you could identify people home easily was at night time because you will see the bullseye flashing.
I like that. So you're able to identify people's home in the night.
Yes, at night you see bullseye, and people used to do the bullseye. Some people had a ceremony, not a ceremony, but there's something in them, because you go to sleep. The pit toilet was outside, and not only pit toilet. In the old days, there was what they call a kakatwe. You heard about that thing there?
Kakatwe?
The kakatwe. Yeah, that's where you want poo.
The host.
Always in the host. Brick well, a large quadu tree that has any roots behind it, and that is where you used to do your thing. And we came to
Paris, Paris. We did quite a lot of that as boys growing up in the country.
Yeah.
You're looking for the tree and you're looking for the V side. Is that correct? The V side. So that's kakatwe you call it?
What's it?
Kakatwe. Wow, I like that name. Honestly, I'm going to try to make that. If I forget that name, Paris, and you ever see me call you back, and you ever see me call you sorry, just say kakatwe.
but how do you call it? I mean, I don't know how the rest of people, because it depends in different ways, different areas. The environment you live in, because if you live in the countryside where there is bushes, we always have a whack. You know what a whack bar is? It's a windbreak.
Okay.
So I told you earlier that the houses are separated, but they had large. We maintained big windbreaks, but there was a big wind of different trees there. Mm-hmm. So much of that was being done in the what they call the whack. So the whack is a place you have to go exercise caution when you're passing there. And there was those big trees were selected trees where I know people would have done their thing. And then, so if you live by the bay, that's another story. But what you would do is you live the bay, people live the bay. But we have few communities that would live by the bay in our times, mostly up in the forest.
I just want to also say, quite a number of persons are looking. Sonia Scotland is looking. Sandra Norris is also looking, and Sandra said, "Good evening, gentlemen. Enjoying the program from New York." Corinne King says, "Good evening, gentlemen." Alexander Charles said that watching from St. Thomas. Very interesting subject. Agatha Joseph said, "Good evening, gentlemen. I'm listening from Wesley." And Daniel said that she is watching Cheryl Lafont. I'm going to give you the two questions that she asked, and I think one you can hold it for later because we have to talk about that group, and then the other question you can answer. She said, "Would like to ask Paris two questions. One, what happened to the Carifuna group?" That you'll answer later. And two, what happened to the traditional house, the Kabi? So you'll have to tell us a little bit about the Kabi. Juanita Jones said, "One of my sisters." Okay, that's something different. Jennifer Fidel Johnson is also watching. Jennifer Christmas James is watching. Marvelyn Brady is watching. Derek Mann is watching. Dean Thomas is watching. And Martina Roy is just giving a big laugh. Yolan John Jules from Vickers said, "Good evening, watching from Itasi City, Vickers, the first Kalinago village. Then most of the other fathers moved to Roseau. So Roseau was Kalinago until race was moved to the reserve." I'm not so sure what he was trying to say. Davina John Baptist said, "Good evening," and is watching. And Ponbari John, we had one, and we used to call it La Vierge in the house.
De la Vierge.
The La Vierge. And Juliet Andrew Thomas. Good evening, everyone. So yes, I like the lamp. I like the La Vierge.
The lamp Vierge. That's the spiritual lamp.
The spiritual lamp. Yes.
Let me ask Paris.
Hold on, before.
Yeah.
Did that spiritual lamp actually worked?
Yeah. I mean, definitely you have not to be lamp, you have to pray. So, you have to. Some people they had. We had few people in the area, that would read and pray for you for 9 nights. They praying and they praying and praying for certain needs, for certain healing. That was the faith. I mean, they would pray. The people special, I would say. There's a certain word they would use for that, can't remember it right now, but there are certain people when you go there, you want them to pray for you, and they do. And you would go at people's home. That was not the thing. You would go there. They allow you inside. There's a space that you never interfere with the room. But when you go there, not they tie around their little Papa God there, their crucifix, and they continuously take a prayer and put under the crucifix, and then and if he's on you, they praying. Well, that is where you be speaking.
So let me ask. Would you have any ideas to how the prayer was being done? Was it done in English or was it done in Kalinago language?
What's that?
A mixture. Do you have any ideas to how the prayer was done? Was it done in English or Kalinago, or a mix?
It was mostly in French or English. The prayer for Kalinago was never recited fluently. I myself, there is a All Father, I put it down there, the Hail Mary, which I copied from the church. And I honestly, I cannot recite it without looking at it. But it's quite lengthy. But Baba Breton, which was the first missionary priest, he had attempted catechism in Kalinago language. So he had the Hail Mary and he did have the All Father. But that would be a twist of tongue now for me. So I didn't take that spiritual side too seriously. I think I should know. It should be the language business that the church had a Hail Mary. I do have it in my records, so I've not tempted to recite it without looking at it.
Was it in the Kalinago language?
Kalinago language, yes. Kalinago language.
Oh.
If you visit the Maho River Church, in Kalinago territory, it is written there in the church as part of honoring Father Raymond Breton.
All right.
Now, I want to know a little bit about school now, education. Growing up as a boy, Paris, what was the value of education in the Kalinago territory, in your yard space?
Oh man, education in some quarters, in most quarters, I must say, wasn't taken seriously as what you say the black community or the community that had value, took more value and had more influence on the outside and knew the value of education and the Kalinagos. For the Kalinagos, it was strictly a matter of survival. You go to school because laws was there in my time. We all went to school. I mean, most people went to school. But the seriousness of the school, the atmosphere in which you leave home, the type of schedule at home there didn't give you much chance really to really take it. Or the parents at that time did not ensure that it was taken very, very seriously because everybody was in just survival, engaged, fishing, hunting, agriculture, survival day. So they look at, and again, that was something that was a very bad culture. It is part of the culture, but even before, the Kalinago philosophy was they didn't like that they being servant and work for anybody and to be compelled and to be tutored by somebody. They do what they wanted. And that was, it took time before that part, that mindset um, leave. And I must say, it hasn't been completely. There are people who still have to find where we are, including myself, at learning and feel well, take life for granted that, you live, you eat, you drink next day, and then there's your life there. You can bathe, you can go in the garden, you can get fresh food to eat. Your family is fishing, fishing. So that was a simplicity of our life. So education on the whole was not quite valued. So if you see there was a number of people that left territories, mostly in the 60s, actually start making it to rules or into further education. But most people, I would say, attempted to school, even that they did not do very well or given the opportunity to do very well because even in the 70s, the country people could not go to attend a secondary school in Roseau until you were very friend or to politics or you were very friend to the church because all the school itself was run by self-religious denomination, the Catholic and the Anglican, the Methodist. It's a religious school. So you coming from that part of it with your kind of, because they always say we are slow learners. So it took time before we really burst out on education and place of value. But I think we had saw for those that had taken seriously, they were making headway. They were progressing. They were get a job. They were migrating outside of the country, and we had few of them doing that. But I can tell you now it's quite different. Rather, the education is valued a lot, more serious in the Kalinago territory.
Let's take a call. Let's just take a first call for the night. Good evening to you, caller. You're live on DBS. Good evening to you, caller. Good evening to you, caller. You're live on DBS Radio. I hope that caller is hearing us. Good evening, caller. I'm sorry about that, caller. You'll have to call us back. No, we're talking about education. I want to find out what was a normal day getting to school would be like during your
Okay,
period.
I can talk on myself because I attended the Bataka at Kingston Government School in Bataka. So though it is called a Kingston Government School because there was a confusion between Kalinago territory and Kingston. Even now, people don't understand that Kingston is outside part. It is neighboring, but it's outside of the Kalinago boundaries. And because we had at Kingston had a known people there, they had an elite of the Radaces down there, the Larons and so people, and they had more connection than us in the other communities, Roseau and so. So to identify yourself, not being also a sense of running away from who you are. So you would say, where are you from? I'm from Atkinson. Oh, Atkinson. So it's okay. If you say you're from Kalinago territory, or you are from Caribbean Reserve, which is called, Then all of a sudden the shoulders break down because they're talking to a Tebe, they're talking to a Malawi, they're talking to somebody that is poor. That kind of stigma, people had towards the Kalinago people. So I went to that school, and when we went to school, it was a whole building, complete building back to back. There was no partition to separate class. So you could stay in your school, you could, if you're not paying attention, you would hear what the other teacher is saying. And if an alteration happened in the other class, something happened, they were spanking a lot. So telling you I could on the air, somebody get a blow on the other side because there was no joke. Teachers had they always teaching with a belt in your hand, or they send you for a zikak or a Boaden whip. So the teachers had one hand with a ball and another hand with a whip. If you're paying attention, it's on you. There's no question. There's strap on your back. So you know what happened in next class. So you have to pay very good attention for what is being said. We didn't have a lot of books. We had one book. I had one book. And the boys used to take that and wrap on our back pocket because the games outside there was more interesting than the lessons. So we had that book packed in our back pocket. And lessons one from the front and the other lessons from the back from inside. So it was mostly like maths, social studies, civics, this type of thing you learn. And so you would write. And so you already jump back. We went to school, most of us, in my time, barefoot. So your foot got grease on the ground there, that white in the sun, barefoot running in your feet. You had one uniform, and that uniform had to be clean until Friday. So only by Friday comes it is stiff. So you can see when you reach home, so there's two things you would do. You had to be good at school, and you had to be, if you had a parent that liked spanking, which most of us parents did at the time also, then you would have to take care of your uniform. Comment cirer comme ça? Ça qui fait pour you cirer comme ça? Because you cash your nuts in and out of your pockets, or the zigzag zapat on the ground, and you draw water in pipe, and then so that was the thing. But we survived that year of that school, and until we get improved school. But it was always one open building. If your chalkboard, you don't stay note. When you see if you don't take your notes quick, the duster dusts the out of that lesson, and you waiting for the other lesson. On Fridays, I would get in my class what they call a poem. So that was I learned those poems there by heart just because personally I don't like being beaten. I was afraid of sharp, I afraid of whip, I afraid blood. So I cram those poems, poetry, what they call it. But if you ask me now to recite one, I don't know them because I didn't really learn them. I cram them.
Go ahead. So you crumble. But before I continue my other question, let's take a call. Good evening to you, caller.
Hi, good evening, Cecil. Good evening, Brain.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Paris,
Good evening.
and all the listeners. Yes, I would like to ask Mr. Paris a question. Knowing that the Kalinago people and also African descendants were considered animals and did not even have souls, they were colonized by European Christianity, and later politics was used along with Christianity to divide us as a people. Do you still honor the religion of Christianity?
No, I mean we give religion. I personally give religion the respect, but it's two things when you were caught in the darkness. But when you're aware now, you have a different perspective of religion, you have a perspective of politics and everything else. So it takes time, but individual that you become aware, you become more enlightened of what role, how this institution from early days have used us, and it is not the end of it. Whatever it is masked it is still taking a hold of us. Not only religion now, but you have different areas of business, the marketing system, the monetary system. Every laws are made somewhere else, and then we have to follow. So it is in different forms there, particularly religious and other forms. But it is still an ongoing strategy to keep us in check, not only Kalinago people, but for the whole countries.
Yes, and also, are there people in the territory who still believe in the Great Spirit? And if you can expound on the Great Spirit for us, I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
Before you answer,
Yes, the Great Spirit is what we honor,
hold on,
and the Great Spirit refers to the same Great Spirit every Christian try to honor and to walk that path. That's what they call the narrow and the rugged path. It is the same Great Spirit my forefathers knew, but they honor and they connect with Him their way. And there are people in different religious denominations who have created ways and rules that they have accepted in their circle. Let us do it that way. And we had a breakaway from Catholic, and maybe I don't want to go to that one, but breakaway, why the Catholic, and then breakaway and the Anglican and the Church of England, and then Methodists, and how the white supremacy people had their church, and it turned into how the Methodists, which is the mostly predominantly black people, getting into that, and they are very good singers, good talented people, and how the Catholic, not Catholics, but Christianity become very more entertaining now with music and dancing. So it is a way that have changed throughout our times, and if we don't die soon, we will still see more changes.
Let's go back to the telephone. Good evening to you, caller.
Good evening, Mr. Joseph.
Good evening. Thank you for holding on.
Yeah, Mr. Joseph, I have a problem with the program. The problem I have, I'm hearing Mr. Adam very well. I'm hearing the other speaker well, but I'm hearing you very low, you especially.
You hear me better?
Go ahead.
Are you hearing me better?
A little better. But all the time I was hearing you what you were saying. Especially when you're talking after the man give a question, you're questioning him, I'm not hearing what you're saying.
Okay then, thank you.
All right, sir. That's what I'm calling to.
All right, thank you. Yeah. All right.
Let me ask him a question.
Yes.
The lady still there?
Go ahead. No, the lady's not there.
All right, good. In terms of your ancestors, I know they used to worship the sun, the elements.
But you see, we go all about the place. No,
I know you talk about Christianity and the different religions.
I wanted to take it. In phases because you were talking about education.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? And I wanted to find out in the yard, in the Lakou, what was the educational aspects of their life was.
Good.
And he spoke of the way they dress, the things that they did, the school books that they use, and so on. No, Paris, you had to walk the same way you walk from home to the church, some 3-4 miles. What was it for you going to church? To school.
Yeah.
Same distance or further?
It's just a 10 minutes walk or 5 minutes.
Okay.
Walk. So it wasn't very far from me. It wasn't very far. I had to run to school. But the school drill itself, the school drill itself, it was something else because you had system was from stage 1, you were up to standard 7. That was night times there, and then there was night times there was school entrance examination, which you had to take about 11-12 years, and if you didn't do that, you will skip up to they moved to Form 3 by the late 70s. They introduced the forms. But so it wasn't very far from school, and there were different disciplinary action being taken by from the teachers. For example, our school had undergone some problem in the people doing maths. We couldn't count. Although we had the count, there are tables all on the back of the exercise book, but you couldn't count, and then one head teacher said, "Okay, there I go. When you're going out, you have to count. When you're coming back, so first class going up, 2 1s 2, and second one 2 2s 4, and then you're going up until you reach 12. And if you don't say the answer is bow in your bottom and you're going speed the rich go. When you're coming back, because also there was a little problem we had in our school, becoming late, especially the boys, because we had to, the last minute bell, you're in the last game, and then you have to rush it. And we play a little distance from the school, so you have to run for it. So the teacher was finding, okay, you're going to lock the door. As soon as the bell ring, you locking the door. Who come in is licks on you. So that was a very common exercise in the school system. Spanking was even finger bench you. I've seen children being benched with 20 strokes lying down on a bench, for something you had done. And people, you had boys getting really out of the way, in our schools. Imagine you have the teachers didn't use pants at that time, they used the long skirts, and then a boy passed a long tush under the school, pushing his tush under the teachers and taking the teachers. So, if you catch in that situation, he's benching for you. So, he had a couple of benches for that exercise. All funny ways of, breaking the school property and so forth, for fighting in school. That was a common thing in our times. Thus, it always has some, bad ones in our class, especially the boys in our higher class. So all those type of those activities went in our school.
Yeah, on
Yeah.
education, yeah. You talk about, so in other words, there were holes in the flooring of the school where boys could go under the cellar and watch under the teacher's dress. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they could do that. They could put the tush. The tush is right.
Yes, I
A
know.
coconut a pointer. So
Right.
clean it up, and and teacher was frightened. Something, he jump up, a tush coming out, run outside. Somebody sing about it. But I'm sure one of my colleagues get benched for that.
And you get a bench. No, what? How was the bench done? They put you straight on the bench and whip you.
Your bench, your belly on the bench, and your
Your belly
pants.
on the and your hands spread out.
Yeah, yes. Just simple bench, down so, and then the backside exposed, and they come down on you, and heavy, heavy, heavy beatings. That was, you couldn't say nothing about it as one individual, even I like it or not, because I, being somebody who's aware from a very early age that slavery, the only time of slavery you have get that whipping, it's a really slavery thing that stayed in our mind and hearts for a long time. So that was being passed on to children. We have children being benched, and even math. You complete it normally. You don't know that a teacher beat a child, and they see some maths, and they could report to the Ministry of Education and take higher action in behalf of that. Because we have children rights now and everything, and this thing has been criminalized to treat people so. But we undergone this sort of treatment at school.
Just want to say that Bertil, sorry, Bellot said, "Good evening, everyone watching from Petit Savan. Very interested memory. Life was good back then." Then Lynette August said, "Good evening." Kendall Barry is watching, and Anne Pemberton, happy Sunday night, everyone. Matilda Daily Cook, good evening to all. And Tammy Etienne is watching. Julian Alfred, she said good evening, and she's also watching. Claudette Dangaben Yuzeb is watching, and the people who are tuned in are really, really up. Hot Taxi, I know that you are on, and Renick Thomas is also watching, and Paula Azil is also watching. So we are here with quite a number of persons looking on. No, Prosper,
Yeah.
Prosper. In reference to education, you spoke about games, and sometimes as boys, that you will find that when the last bell would ring, that the guys would still find themselves late. What kind of games that you all as boys would have been playing in those days?
Mostly, our game was seasonal. One of the games that go wrong the club was cricket. Cricket is part of Kalinago. It's always a part of Kalinago culture. I know that we get into cricket. I remember when I was a boy, I would went to my Nin and Lakou where we would run, where we would at my early age learn about Tanduka as a young cricketer. Couple there was a cricketer, Indian cricketers, this kind of thing there. But our sport was seasonal. When there was what they call a season for the cashew, it was marble, not marble, zingzal, those things there. In April, by Easter time, April come very, very dry, sun body face, and cricket. Then we had what they call a rivalry between the
How did you call it?
and Baraka boys.
San Kisa?
Rivalry. So we play what they call largest citon. Is that Cecil?
Largest sito would be lime. You're fighting with limes.
Yeah. With pelting.
Peltings.
We're coming with bags of lime, and they will, if the boys on that team so have enough limes, because they would have picked up the limes because after the lime industry had failed in Roseau, where we had the factory in Bath State. So there was a lot of limes being the Atkinson, the Robert Sisters lime, and we had a lime estate, not a lime estate, but particularly good some lime trees in Badaka area. So every Friday we would have pick up and say we open up pelting each other. So we have a group of Atkinson boys pelting us with limes up the road, leading us, like a war. They bringing us back to the Central Park from the school almost about quarter mile backward. Then we pick them again and we pelt them again, and when they run short of ammunition, we go down the road. That was a thing that was not accepted by the school at all, because limes nobody could pass because lime pelting and those kind of things. It ended abruptly where we had no longer that banned this game totally from school because some guy between the lime he felt a stone and it happened to go somebody head in the other part. So that game was totally banned from the town. But it was on the highway. It doesn't really were doing that. So we had some good fun in that, largest siton. So the fellows pelting us up the road and down the road.
I've never heard of this one, largest siton. Never heard of that one. Not too
yeah,
old to
there's a lot
learn.
of wasted land. The land was out there. There was nothing. You cannot do nothing land. So we went to for recreation and create that warfare.
Maria Cobbett said that she's watching from Atkinson. So
Did you ever? He said about out of stone, but in Pottersville we had Laje Kulwash.
Laje Kulwash in Roseau.
Funkole
Yeah.
against Pottersville.
Laje Kulwash.
Laje Kulwash. Not
Well, we were very moderate, We never. I think there's one time somebody told us to pass the pin, and because we were playing on it, it's lime. So when you shift stone, if you get a good lime where it does nothing that you could get in your head or something, but there's nothing to really cry about. Because he was a hot man, that was very serious, you had to target and then limes passing, like what they call missiles now, like war, like in Israel and the Gaza.
What about the north? You said earlier on that your parents would beat you on a Friday because you had so much nuts in your back pocket.
Yeah, it was mostly the nuts. It was mostly the condition of your
Pants.
your clothes that is so dirty on the edge of the pocket there, because the knot was doing on what they call marble. It was done on the ground. Maybe you have an idea of that. You make a circle. You put one line in the center of that circle, and that's where every player, you put your knot in the circle. Then there's a line just about 10 feet away. Then you stay in that circle and you send your marble towards the line. The person who is in the line or closest to the line is the first player. So when you send back to the circle, if you hit a knot, you continue playing until you lose what you don't lose. So you can, in one grade, if you're very good enough, you can stay there and take all the knots without even tell us send. But sometimes you will have fellows, you miss. So you use your marble to knock that using put it on your index finger, you use your thumb and you hit it up. So we call that text. Text. We call it marble, we call it text. Text. You hit that note off the line, off the circuit, and that's yours.
We should say
So the more
we should call it talks.
yes.
In Roseau we call it talks.
Okay. So we call it text.
Mm-hmm.
So that was a game, but it's you remember your hand is touching the ground and that not there. Sometimes it was very dry. The ground is still wet, but it's so determined in playing, and then the knot is on the ground, and you pull your pocketed knots, and you have to keep taking in and out for 5 days, so they end up the condition of your pocket at the end of Friday.
What can you tell us about? In Roseau we had quite a lot of that. Higas bigas.
Ahigas?
Higas bigas. What can you tell us about yours in the Kalinago territory? Well, Higas would be a fight.
A fight.
Yes, and we say Higas bigas, Higas bigas.
Oh yes. We learned that at school. I mean, it was much, but a cup. When you pelt a cup at somebody, is a higas. Whoop, higas. So even the onlookers will be seeing when you get a when you put a good punch on your opponent. He gas. Even the fight, yeah, the fight was still he gas. When you see fellas fighting, everybody running. That's the thing, we do run away from fights. I don't know where you have that. Even now, people run away from fight. People run to see the fight, what are happening. And even now, it's the worst. People want to take video of those fights. But we don't have that anymore. People don't
So
really
it's
fight.
not it's not true. It's not true to say that the Caribs are warlike then.
Yeah.
Hartley.
Well, no. I mean, as I said earlier on, is the colonialists, that painted them that way.
Mm-hmm.
They were defending their territory. So colonialists,
Let's go to the telephone. Good evening to you, caller. Good evening, caller. I'm sorry, you have to call us back.
Right. Let me ask him a question about school. Can you remember any of your teachers at school?
Yes, mostly about teachers. Some of them have passed on. Mr. Kitchener Laville taught me at school. He's still alive. Sinky Rabes, it is somewhere in Canada or US, so he taught me at school. Joseph Rabes taught me at school. Louis Burton, which the teaching at the Lighthouse Christian Academy, taught me at school. Calix Coffee was passed on, taught me at school. Kent August from my community at Baraka taught me at school. We had a head teacher like Abofio Rabes. There was Austria. I never know where his first name. We just call him Austria. He's not from the territory. He was the one who I think drink over the weekend, and eyes always red, and he was so quick to give you a benching. And we had people like Miss Samuel, I think she passed on, and we always give our teachers some old name. We had one called Miss Samuel. So Miss Samuel called us Margot. Margot was the one we call Miss Marabbit. She was the one who really beat us for knowing our timetables. And then you had Abopi Rabes, not taught me, but he was principal of the school. Actually, I think he was the first principal of the Atkinson School, and they made a number of years. These are some of the teachers I can remember off my head now that have taught me. Jesse Laurent, she's not in Dominica right now. He taught me a bit at school. But that's some of them are passed on, but that's what I can remember of my head right now.
Right. What about Mr. Barry? Did he ever teach you?
No, Barry usually teach at the Saturday school. Okay. That is where he taught at the Saturday school. But we always I respect him as a teacher, even though he teach he passed in his way, because he was that guy that kind of not demand respect, but he had natural respect for him because he carried himself as a disciplinarian. So his teacher, You call Barry, mad. You call teacher Barry, and when you talk to teacher, you can see the type of proudness you will have, because you recognize teacher Barry, man, from Saliga School. That's orientation.
Let's go to the telephone quickly. Sorry, the person will have to call back. No, tear pants. We saw the boys had their khaki pants torn, so that was a common thing. Was that a common thing in the Kalinago territory during the time that you went to school?
I didn't get that.
Torn pants.
Yeah,
Was that a common thing in the Kalinago territory in your time going to school?
Right. Holding their bottom. They have a pants holding their bottom.
Holding the bottom.
Yeah, when they
In
go
the
to
pants,
school, in their
yeah.
pants.
Roll your pants up from the leg down up.
No. No, it seems as if you went to school with long pants. But I'm just.
No.
But I'm saying.
No.
Yeah, go ahead.
Most of us went to school with short pants.
Mm-hmm.
It was always short pants. Whenever until lately, they find people standard 7 or third form would have a long pant, but it's always your khaki short pants. Always your khaki short pants.
I was trying to find out now if your khaki short pants
Has
at the
holes.
back, the boom boom
Oh,
part,
yeah.
was there holes?
No.
Wow.
Wow, you're very
Well,
important.
you all are very good students. Good evening to you. Good evening, caller.
Yes. You talk about the last class.
Caller, I've always said to you, I know that you always call. Every time you call, I have to ask you to lower down the volume of your radio. Please, call me back, please. When you call, lower down the volume of your radio because it really disturbs the ear drum. Thank you. All right, so you'll call back. And that I tired say that to you, caller. I really honestly tired say that to you. So yes, that is strange.
Compared to Rosa Boys.
Compared to Rosa Boys School.
When boys used to have their hole in their pants. But
So it depends on the activity. It wasn't a common thing because I know the boys are getting plenty, but you have one pant. Maybe for your term. Clothes wasn't so plentiful in our time.
So hold that thought. Good evening to you, caller.
Hey, talk about Las Casas. Is it the same Las Casas who tell the French Jesuits that they could go Africa and get slaves, black people as slaves? Because they was the first set of people who bring slaves to Dominica, the French Jesuit priest. Is it the same Las Casas?
Thank you.
Asking a question.
Thank you. Well, Paris is asking that the same Las Casas who went to Africa or who said that we could get slaves from Africa.
It may be because he spent a lot of time. He was what they call the savior of the atrocity what was happening, savior of Mother Indian. So it may, I don't know. I haven't read.
This is the same Las Casas. Nobody has here sell that French priest.
Follow me. He was.
If you take the history of the first set of people that paid off in Grande,
if you know the answer, why are you asking the man the question, man?
no, I want to know if you're aware of that.
No, if you want to ask him if he's aware, don't ask him if he is aware. You know what I'm saying? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. If you want the man to tell you the answer,
Las Casas.
ask the man a question, but don't tell him, don't ask him a question that you know the answer already. Yes, so Paris, so in school, pencils, you said earlier on that you had half book and so on. Pencils, before you go to see that could have to say good evening.
Yes, a pleasant good night.
Good evening to you, sir.
Good night.
Yeah. Mr. Paris, I personally want to welcome you to DBS Radio. And one of my reasons for that is I could recall one of the mornings that the guy work on the morning show that does the Kalinago word of the day. And I am open for correction, right? He asked you at one point, he asking you if you could get Friday for him in the language, and you promised him, yes, you will do some work on it. I cannot, how to say it? Maybe when you get it, maybe that was the time I missed that session, or I missed that morning. So I'd like to ask you personally, the Kalinago word for Friday, if it's possible, we could get it tonight, or when you can get it in the future.
The word for Friday?
Yes, it's
Yes,
asking you
the
Yeah,
Kalinago one.
Kalago
we can do
word.
that. We can do that. We can do that. I have my reference book right in front of me here, so just just keep posted. I will give you listen to the program, and I will give you the days of the week so that if you miss out on any of the program, that you could catch up. All right.
No, no.
So I'll look.
While at school, while at
Mhm.
school, would you have gotten any kind of information in reference to how the Ministry of Education would have dealt with the school or the schools in the territory?
Oh no. All we know, the system there, we did not really pay much attention for looking at other pieces. Other matter, we didn't know one clue about personally how the Ministry of Education operates. In our school, I know there was an attendance officer, which is Mr. Arthur Burton, and he would come monthly, and he would give a report on the attendance, and if there were anybody child that didn't attend school for a period of time, he would report it or see the parents, make sure that he see it. He was a very, very, very serious about his job, and he was a good, generous guy too. He gave some of his lands. So that is where we call the Boaden Park. We played cricket for a long time. That's where the school played cricket. And then we had some education officer um, visiting sometime. And when he reached that time, the school went mute because every teacher's looking out towards and they see that man coming slowly. And in my time, it was Misha Clinton, who was the school, fellow from the ministry to the education officer visiting the school. So he would pass and he would listen to the different teachers, how they teach, and then look pass at your back and look at your book, what you're writing. You know, he'd have a conversation with the principal, and so anything he passed on the principal, it just would be implemented back in the school sometime. But he never said nothing much to you. Are you doing okay? Are you fine? And whatever. But he was so mean. You know, his face was so mean there. So you're always watching on that. I remember we were in class one afternoon when he was coming by, and Mr. had sharp ears, you know. We were right in a class, and one of my colleagues said, "Right, Mr. neck big like a pig," right? And that was trouble. He came directly to me and said, "Who said that? Who said he heard it? So who said that?" And because imagine we weren't paying attention too much. The guy just make a loose statement and say, "Boy, that was trouble." So I think we all got stung for that because none of us said who was the person who said it. But you know, there was a time when the education office, but we never had personally, my family and myself never inquire how the operation of school was going on. We didn't accept the rules of the school, go to the school. We didn't have school report at that time. It's either you pass or pass. If you go to school, the attendance officer will visit your parents' home, and then if you catch you playing or you want to hide that, you chase you down and make sure that they report it back to the school and then say, Mr. Arthur, we were saying, like, last Friday, I saw a boy, one for Toulouse, one for Johnson, and the other one for Clossy, all of the guys from Baraka in my area, the parishes. We had a bad luck. You know, in communities, you have some people you always picking on. Well, we were being picked on. So I don't know, but we always get ourselves in trouble. So some on Friday afternoon, instead of saying sometimes, you know, especially in the closing of school where we were expected to bring our benches outside to wash our benches, and it was like a kind of free day where we escape and play some cricket. But he didn't know his school hours, so he put all our names down. He knew everybody by name, everybody he knew their parent was, so there was no way in escaping. So you would have to pay for that at school. To escape the spanking, maybe you have to put a book on your back or push a book in your pants so that when they hit you and not paying attention, then you get a barrier so that you get the full impact of the whip or the strap.
Right, you call that padding. They never discovered you, principal or the teacher, when you put those books or cardboard in your pants?
Sometimes you get away with it, or sometimes you do not, because the song is different. You take a flower in the bottom. You know that is something there, that is a barrier. It doesn't, boy, if you get some Baden or Zikak on your lower leg, you're skipping like a kangaroo.
No, Paris, let me ask you. 3rd of November, in those days, drilling was 3rd of November.
Right.
Not like now, it's I think the 2nd, but in our, well, 3rd of, I'm not so sure in your time.
Did you have Empire Day?
Did you have Empire Day by any chance? Paris.
Yes, how we just celebrated?
Yeah, did you have
Empire Day in your time at school, or Independence Day? What
Well, we had Empire Day. I don't know if it was Independence Day, so I saw some other days. Yeah. So we had to sing "God Save the Queen." I think we had to sing that, and special holiday. The ministry or whoever, we would have a day observing that at school. There's a free day where you would get your buns and you would get juice. There were special trucks. I don't know where they get the grapefruit from, because we didn't do a lot of grapefruit in Kayako territory, where they would bring a lot of grapefruit to the school with the youth to make grapefruit juice and their buns and thing, and then you would have the teachers maybe a bottle of wine for themselves. We invite the folk elders in the community to tell you a story or say a message quick, and to talk to the children. I have a little ceremony in the school there. So basically, that's I think we did some parade too. You know, children would have called into what they call assembly time, and then they would have the message being read. There's always a message to be read to the school. So that was being done. That's a little bit I can remember as those early days before we got independent.
Okay, so in reference to preparing for for drilling, as we normally would call it, did your school by any chance come to Roseau to do drilling?
No, we did not.
Okay, right.
Actually, going to Roseau, it wasn't long, that we started getting to Roseau when they started organizing schools, contingent of schools to do it. It's when they started organizing youth rallies and so.
Yes.
We started getting the schools representing in Roseau, but we never, in my time, went to Roseau.
So where you did all your drilling, but in the Atkinson schoolyard or what?
Atkinson, around. They had somebody, either a scout leader around the area or some ex-police or police but it was a regular thing. They just to give you some attention and whatever before you could sing "God Save the Queen." So that was serious.
I sure you remember how to sing "God Save the Queen."
Yeah.
Let me hear that.
Mm-hmm.
Paris, how to hear you sing "God Save the Queen"?
But you will not remember.
You want me to sing "God Save the Queen"?
Yes.
I forgot that.
yes. Most of us,
I'm sure.
Yeah,
most of us.
You say "God Save the Queen" and say "God Save yourself."
No, Leroy. I'm sorry. No, Paris. You had to sit common entrance. You did, right?
Excuse me?
You had to sit common entrance. What was your preparation for sitting common entrance in those days?
I did not. I was telling you a while ago that was a sequence. So let me tell you what I went to school. I went to school and I was doing very well at a certain time. And then at school, I get diverted in the school itself. And then I was too old for the entrance when I came. Because one teacher discovered me. I say, well, you're doing very well, but you should sit entrance. Why is school entrance? When I went up to this, they had sending papers down already. That's always a check. We have sending papers down because at the time of our schooling too, there was a type of attitude towards the children from the quiet children. Because the quiet children are from up. The Atkinson elite, they were more dressed than us. They wear shoes. The parents were better off than us. The teachers would have looked more for the Atkinson children. We before we reached there, we were the fresh air, debt free, because our father was fisherman. We used to go to Kingston Bay for fish, carry the bag of fish on our head in the afternoon. Actually, if 3:30, if your father is fishing, the pond was to run over the bay and bathe in sea naked, get your clothes, get your fish, and come back home. In the morning, you would get what? You did not have bread at that time, maybe a broth, fish you didn't get. There was not good soap to wash your hands. So honestly, you would have reached down at school with your mouth smelling fresh. Or maybe your head sometimes from not cleaning it properly from the after. So there was a level of victimization, and it's in my time I would say down there. So in my case, when I was discovered that I could do better at school, so I went to they put me directly. I skipped form two with my teacher Joseph Rabbers, God bless his soul if he's still alive. He was the one who discovered me and said, Paris, you have to get things because you have the potential. And when I went to Form 3, the teacher in Form 3 also had doubts because they were preparing the class to send to prepare for exam because school leaving examination was a big thing at that time. So I went up there and then they said, you doubt my what? Anyway, they said my name down and I surprised them. When the teacher made the announcement, I think it was Kitchener, he said beating around the bush, talking about the children and whatever. It was like bitterness to say, well, I had passed, I had topped the class. Among all the others, I got more grade. So I ended up with a school living certificate. Actually, I said for the second year at the class again, I repeated. So I had a chance to do two school living examination and where I passed. At that time, it was very easy to get a job because the teacher had to write on your behalf. They would use the smart boys in this or the girls in the school that just come out of school, come from school. They would write an application on their behalf, and under the principal supervision, you become a teacher at the school if you were lucky. And I almost got the chance, the chance came to me, but we were so desperate from leaving home to find to work for myself because I came from a family of 10 and I had to do something to survival. So I left home very early and I buried myself up in a mountain of Kukui in up Cali Bishop there with a colleague, an elder, he passed on. He was the what they call it, foreman of an estate, and we promised that I would be doing bookkeeping up for on an estate. It was Theodore. This place is that I have the Jacqueline's father, I think, Theodore, or I think the father was one of them. Anyway, that have the
her husband, Mr. Theodore, Pharaoh
yes.
Theodore, yeah, in Calibishi.
So yeah, at that time he was a middleman. He had a caterpillar, people working around for him, and he had an estate up there. So I became a bookkeeping fellow there, keeping books. But it was more. It was just a waste of time up there. It was in the bush up there. So I ended up practicing what they call it culinary culture, which I did not have practiced in my school days. So hunting was being done up there, catching manikou in a hole, hunting crabs. But I was an active scout, and I used spear. So if a crab out of the hole, no need to hold the crab, just spear it or send a stone and block the crab hole and hold. But I could send stone, I could pelt because I practiced there. If somebody want to break fruit on a tree, you have to climb, just call me. One to bring me a stone and one shot, the breadfruit down. I was a scout. That's one of my strong points, target both in spear and stones. So I spent almost a year up at that bush there. So that was part of it when I come down. So my rest of my education, so I had school living certification, and then when I started working for the city money, I started reading because reading has always been in my passion. I read everything I get to read. It wasn't much material, but whatever I think it was printed material I could read. And I discovered in New Chronicle that they were offering the London School of Accountancy. that he could do lessons, not online. We didn't have online this time. You had to do your lesson, register them, and go to the post office, get a registered letter to send your money, go, and then you receive your lessons. So you do your lessons, you correct your, and then it's posted again for correction. Then they'll post it back to you. So that is where I continued education at London School of Accountancy in 1978. But here comes Hurricane David. And there was other things too that divert me from pursuing and taking that more seriously. I get to employ. So again, when I get more, it's up to get employed. I was a handsome guy, be in a place, get a girlfriend, and then the mind get corrupt.
I can say to you that at this time we have some 58 comments, 7 shares, and 2.1k views. So quite a lot of views. I should say to you, Prosper, and that is good. That is good for the program and good for you. Esther Thomas is also saying good evening, and Sandra Alexander. Oh, she talked about that Rosa thing, and I want to find out from you now, so we can move a little bit from education, right?
Right. Well, he's on the area about where he get corrupt. So we're moving away from education, right. And he now into the business of woman.
Oh, but before we go into the business of woman, I want to deal with the issue of the yard and some of the infrastructure that would have been in the yard. Yeah. So help us to have an understanding of your infrastructure in your yard: toilets, running water, lights in the house.
In the house, yeah.
Yeah. Although you said earlier on that you had to use bullseye, but I want to get a more graphic description.
Setting of your yard. So you have your house. Now the house wasn't too big. Most of the houses they had. Well, my family unfortunately had one of the biggest house at the time. Not now. At the time, but our house is still there. And in the house, so you have the partition, you have the living room, the room there. But the whole house was being used because so many children, at night time, you make bed and bedding on the ground and everybody lie down, Everybody lie down. So you couldn't get up in bed late anyway because somebody will pass on you from the room side. So everybody had to be up early. And then you had your outside kitchen. Outside kitchen, that's where you have your floor wash. That's where your kitchen utensils would have stayed inside there. And then you would have your quick toilets on the further side of the wind blow away. You don't want the wind to blow any sense inside toward your house. So it's always where it's blowing away from your house. So you have your toilet there. And before they had what they call the concrete slab, you would have built that in wood. You build it in wood, so you have to keep that very clean too. Else you have some cockroaches, some long spike waiting for you down there. So that was the type of hygienic way you have we use. Toilet. I mean, we go through that trend. Most people go through that phase in rural areas and areas. There was nothing called tissue paper, So you have to select your patch cocoa, very dry. You have to go for your special leaf from banana or balisier, or when you get paper come into being, like waste paper, the brown paper from sugar. But you're very careful because you have to red and stew in place. So you have to be very careful what you're passing down there. Yeah, so you have that thing. So you had to live within the environment, things you capitalize on things that were around you. But outside of the kitchen also, they would have a press. You know what a press is?
Nope.
That's where you extract the sugar cane, the juice from the sugar cane, the press.
Okay, yes.
Or you can call it, some people call it the press or whatever.
I never knew the name.
But they call it a press. Made from a trunk of wood. You dig a hole inside of it, you make a little mashway, and then you put a stick in it, you put the stock of the sugar cane across, you put a seam so you can get the juice to a container before. Because in the That was a thing very popular after the sugar industry had collapsed. Also, during the recession, the world recession in 1930s, that things were so poor and I couldn't get sugar, couldn't get things, so you had to resort to your sugar cane to make a vizucan. That's the vizucan was very popular, and you find every Kalinago home had a press. So you get that song, early song in the morning, where you prepare your cane in the morning, in the day before you clean that, wash that, you put the day, do the second wash, and your father, or the elder person in the house, the person get up and start getting your rizu squeeze out, that you put to boil, and you could clarify the oil, pass off in a strain over it to take quas, take out the quas on top of it, then you put your cocoa sticks into that, your kernel, and then you would put your coconut milk, and that would be your cocoa tea in the morning, the vizu. So that was very important. Another part of our of the Lakou, what you find in typical Kalinago Lakou.
So I want you to give us, because you talk about the toa wash, I want you to give us an understanding of the kitchen, the foods that you would have cooked, as Kalinago people, and how you went about cooking these foods.
Oh yeah, the toa wash is, well, again, it's rituals. You use it so that the canaway or the short year or the bomb, whatever utensils you have, can fit in on it. So in the kitchen, usually you will have in the corner provision. So you are very well taken care of in terms of self-sufficiency. We grow what we eat and eat what we grow. So we never run short of dashin. We never run short of pig poto week, not the jack cabbages, but poto week. You have kokoi, you had sweet potatoes, and yam was seasonal. So November, coming December, you have the wild yam. You had most of the yam you get, not the white yam, but you get some yellow yam.
The ladies yam.
Yeah. So that you get. But we always have food. We always have, Kalinago people always had food in the garden. Sometimes there are people who don't make garden and we just invite them to the garden. They come for all our food. We will sell $5 food and they will just put a bag of food and then carry your food down. Nobody bring food for you. You come in the garden, you get $10 and you buy your food. I mean, imagine now you can put $5 actually in your pocket. But you could go in the garden with $5 and your load on your head with actually coming down at your home. The yellow yam was more for Christmas time, but you had the wild yam, and kush kush, and wawa. Wawa is a wild yam too. I call it kundu, because you cannot say wawa when you're digging it because there's a meat in Kalinago already. And if you say wawa, you'll never find it end. You don't even say you're going to zig wawa. You say, okay, free for me. So you don't really say the word because bad luck for you, not get the end. So this was the type of, most of our food were ground provision.
Okay. Any?
Yeah. What about the cassava?
Cassava was done in mostly in the time of, there was certain time for cassava, people had made the cassava for, not for Christmas, but mostly for Easter. But you would have made cassava because cassava itself, in my itself, take about 12 months before you can harvest it, 9 to 12 months. So if you have cassava, but you would cassava for a short time. But most people in my area, we had a place where it was owned by Mr. Burton, Arthur Burton, which had a platin. And we grow cassava at home ourselves, and we go there and rent his place. He had a grinder, more, so we could process it faster than waiting it with a garage. And he had a platin there. So he makes a little bit of cassava. The cassava would last for around 3-4 days. But what we really did was the farine. The farine was packed when this hurricane season come. All now we would have a bidon of farin hidden somewhere. So in case, especially when it's Zaboka time, or now, so you have period time going up to November, in Christmas time, you would have different people or different, depending on when their milk get ripe, that they would go to make the farin and the cassava. The cassava was done on piece of platin that was broken from the main platin, and it's like a pancake, so you can roast the cassava on that. And then your farin is made from the boiler itself that they used to boil the molasses, and that was special technique because anybody could do that because you had to pay somebody or ask somebody to volunteer their time. It was never free because even though they did without money, you had to compensate them in some what they call pint or po, po farin, like those measuring cups. That's how we measure the farin, your loaf. So while you finish work there was no question of money. What you will get at the end of the day, how much farin that was processed, you will get your loaf, your portion to bring home, and you get cassava. But the good thing about that exercise is not only the the food, preparing of food. There you have stories being said by if from anybody that they free to speak. They give old jokes. You learn stories. You learn real stories recounting incidents that are taking place in the territory. So maybe they will talk about the Kalinago War of 1930. They will talk of an elderly person that was, superwoman or superman in the territory. People that you learn how different remedies for different ailments. It was like school. So when you talk about education in the Lakou, that is the type of education you will get because with the parents and the elders, you will listen to them. Maybe you're not participating in the language, but you have to be, as Kalinago, a good listener and somebody who can use their mind because it was nothing where you been sit down and tutored. You have to look. Even people who do the basket and so they would look at the mom and they would say, "The meat, take it away." They teach you to hold it, but it's not much talking. It was more that looking and copying what you see happening, and then you develop your own skill through that.
No, in those days, quite a lot of people spoke Creole. Did they force you all, or did they had you all talking Creole at school or at home?
Um, Creole was always, we didn't speak a lot of Creole. Even though we don't speak a lot of Creole at school, because we were English. Already, the colonizers, the English is your language at school. We could not speak English, and up to now, we still, I must say, we still writing in the English language. You haven't got into it. Doesn't matter how high, how school you went, if you went to college. I see people still writing. They have to find words to put when you're writing a speech. So the English language is one of the most difficult languages to learn, and you have to learn that. But at home, so while we didn't have no use, we didn't speak um, Creole in the school. Maybe outside of class, while playing games, we will speak that. But it was nothing that you would speak in the school. I can remember we may getting physically punished for that, but it was discouraged in the classroom. What you say is English, talk about it, so you go with that mindset already, so you even do it. That is my time. I don't know what other people would have think all the time. So we concentrate on the English grammar. So like to speak proper English and how you articulate words and how you write them. You have your student companion to follow. And that was the main book that at the time at school.
And June John Baptist is watching, and also there's another person, Malita Winston Bowers is also watching. Now, I want to find out from you, Prosper, because someone asked me to ask you that question. I want to know if he drank cocoa tea with lead beef or with lead carbwits. But before you answer, let's go to the telephone quickly. Good evening to you, caller.
Yes, Cecil. I want to ask Mr. Paris, is the Kalinago language being restored in the Kalinago territory?
Thank you.
Okay, so let me respond to two of the questions before I forget them. One is about lead beef. We didn't put lead beef, neither lead carbonates, because we didn't have a lot of that. But for the people we buy milk from, you would just boil the milk and drink it just so. We never put milk, cold milk. Goat milk again was not a thing that was common. I remember we had goats. I had goats myself as a young youth, and they take a little goat, they make a little warm it and they drink it. But it was never added into any other thing, because um, you warm the milk, sometimes you put any sugar to it as it is. Warm it and you drink it. Some people even would drink it just so. Okay, just freshly taken from the cow, and the people who did that are very honest. We didn't put the water to it, so it was well nourishing to have. But it wasn't again. I didn't raise in family of livestock. Neither did we had a lot of it in territory to be dependent on milk from cows or goats.
So
Um,
you'd say actually that the Kalinago people were never really herders, people who kept animals or livestock for their livelihood. Would you say
Yeah, I
that?
would say that. I wouldn't say that generally. I would say for myself in my given area because you have people that have cows, not on a large scale where you have 10 heads or 20 heads of cattle, but there are people who had, area, for example, at Kingston Close, there are people like Lee Valmont had cows, and Bataka, you had Harold Valmont, um, he passed on, but he had cows. Then when you go to Whitney Frederick, John Creepyshire, Quentin had cows. Then the Valmonts up in Syracuse, and somebody go at people. So just spread out, but not at a large quantity where you could say going and milk cow. Yes, the cow have calves and you take milk for your immediate family and a neighbor that one two bottles, but it was nothing that commercially in a form that you could buy and purchase large quantity of cow milk.
Now, I also want to find out from you, from the yard, from your Lakou, what was the distance that you'd have had to go to the C10? Because we know that there was no water, so you had to go to the C10.
Okay, we take water in Badaka, for example, and most people take water from river. So in Badaka, for example, there was a number of what they call two. So now they have gone away because of people have the big toilet and the storage, they call flush toilets and everything else. But there's a main area in Badaka we call Sus, and I've known that for many years, hundred of not 100, but actually 100 years plus since people have been using that. And it's a place where the water comes underground, and you put a sluice, and people go there for water. For some people, that would be a 10 minutes. For other people, it'd be like a 25 minutes, maybe almost an hour to go and full get water and come back to your home. Now, how do we carry water? We use bories, calabash. So when people passing, the ladies pass, they go down with their calabash from the borie. You harvest the borie on the good moon, that is after full moon. You cut a little space in the head. You cut some iron, and you bend the end. You scoop the kaka calabash out of that. We call a gatway. So you have piece of tin on the old buckets they had before. So you make scoop the end and you scratch it, scratch it, and you wash it and rinse it and a couple of times. Then you go to put it to dry in the sun and you wash it again and then use a basket now. You have a bamboo basket. So your bamboo basket can hold about 6, 7, 8 calabash low, we call it. So you pack your bodies of water inside that basket with a big tush on your head. That's for the ladies, and they would walk. That was in their kitchen would have what they call a rocher, a set of stones which is a spark in a corner where the boys can sit comfortable without, they turn over because you cannot afford to lose the water after you go. So you have the stones there to keep them in position. You have to cover them because where there is water, there is gunulj. So you have to cover it with a towel so that the gunulj don't get in them and mess up with water. So you get in that because the borees serve as our cooler. So when you drink a water from a calabash, that was like you get water from the fridge because it was cool, man, and you feel really hot when you had to get water from the calabash. That was the way we did it before until we start to get more things coming our way. So people start to get pill, del cochon from Roseau, pill with the lad. People get the tin of the Nestle tin. Children have to put a stick across it, and that you will transport your water from source. So when you bring water to somebody home, it was like a luxury. There was nothing that you cannot take water and through water. Water was means time and labor to take that water from the bottom of the village called Sus down there to the top. People are living up on the horseback ridge area, going up that area, but up about that. They had to go longest way. Other people had little springs close to them where they water on the ground and they would create their own too. So you have the water, not only made ravine on the side where it's a hole made in the clay and the water coming from underground. So it was properly covered and no activity was going over. So you could use a calabash to build water from that tuglu to your buoy or to your container. But all this change with the banana industry where we start to use weedicide and pesticide to contaminate the area. So we have the main area we are still taking water for drinking is Sus, and it remains for a long time. We have improved on the quality of the intake down there. Now we have a tank. So that will be our savior. When other water stop, when the Wasco have problem, the cistern has problem, breakage or somewhere else, let us find themselves in Sus for water.
Very, very interesting, man. Okay, the bathing now, because you'll have to take water to drink and to bathe. The rivers were used or what? Or you use the waterfalls? What you all did?
If I can tell you the story that went somewhere in the 80s where we had suffered a drought and the whole lot of Kingston had the two zoro shishi, two bad shishi, when I mean dry out, those holes will get water. Normally get water in a crisis. And people had to head all the way to Bataka for water. Now you would have, I've seen about 30 to 40 people line up for water. The children that are going to school have to bathe before they go. So you pick up a bucket of water, then you will start soaping yourself, and then you would have that time for taking your bath. So you live in the same area. You will carry water on the side, your soap, and then you would take a bath pouring water. So two buckets of water were enough for you. And then, but the earlier you go, the possible. So when the people build very early in the morning and very late at night to that area. And so people that had a lot of children, they would carry a lot of water that they don't need to go there. But the bathing was done in that area and also in the river. So if you're crossing a river when you go into the garden, you make sure you bathe when you come back. Anywhere you go with the river, you make sure you take your bath on your way back, or else you'd have to head to Sus.
No, Paris. Another thing I would like to find out from you is when light came, all right? When light and water came in the territory, what was the expression? What year did light and water actually arrive in the Kalinago territory? And what was the expression of these people?
Oh, right. I can remember I was there in function when the light was turned on. The lights on the when they took the dynamos from the freshwater lake to go down there. It was 1986, and the leadership parliamentary representative and Timothy, and they had to come. I can remember Mamo came. Big thing at Kingston Community Hall. People get there because we're waiting for light, and then the thing is there, Mamo switched the light in at Kingston Community Hall, and it was a shout. It was an excitement. It was so huge. It was a thing you really need, and the light coming your way because you find people on the side cannot do. I personally had to take a bag and go all the way to Marigot for ice. When I used to be fundraising, and you're going Marigot for $20 ice. You pay a higher for $40, where it was $25, and you go $20 ice. And that $20 ice, you have to stay the whole night in a bath. Just the water. Sometimes you just soak it in the water, so the people are buying it, you just dip it in the water and sell your beer. Cold beer, but it just be bottle that is cold. But it is better than hot. So we had when we had our fundraising, but ice we couldn't see the level of ice, everything was down inside a drum, and they make sure you bury that under the water to cool. So by the time done finish 3 o'clock in the morning, fellas still asking for some cold water because you fellas still sleep. And to see fellas, I say, but that is the drink with the whole night. He said, oh, give it to me, give it to me. Fellas, that's off here already. Give it to me. See what I did water. So cold water and ice was a luxury for people that just for drinking. And people who wanted to buy their fridge and put home, and then people eventually starting to wear their house and get things, electrical things. Your radio, you stop buying battery because everything was battery. A lot of money was on battery. So that was a grand change in our life as Carinago was saying lights, and you were to see. And every now and then you'll pass on the road and say, you're in spite of, oh, Mr. Lightman, I'm hard board, Mr. Lightman. And then you would know everybody have Lightman because you stay in the road and you sing with your lights up. So it was really a big change.
And what about water?
Water was a less excitement for us because we are accustomed of taking our water, and every village had its own way of carrying the water. So it was indeed a political milestone to say, well, Barry water coming and Barry put water. You never forget that. When you got water, you go what must about it. It was during this time 2000 that we kind of set up that water system, and then I was present also at the water gong, this ceremony for saying, well, let's turn on the pipe, and things. So although it was excited, but it wasn't as excited as the lights. But it was a life changer because people could get water at their home now because your laundry was mostly doing, the ladies had to go by the river and forte, choo-choo, whole day, forte, choo-choo. You know what is that, Cecil? So you rub it with your hand, bleach it on the rock.
Sakisa.
Bagatel Maduna.
Sakisa.
Moi fais ça tout ça. Forte,
et puis
choo-choo. Forte.
Ladies have a way of squeezing water passing through your fingers, man.
Yes.
There was people different style of washing, and the river itself.
Yes.
You have people. All rivers had people. Saturday was blocked with rivers. The families were building their own worship. So you go by one day and you pack some stones, and so the next time you come to get it. So that was another thing again. That was your own, although it's a public area. But since you prepare worship, if you did somebody in a worship, come out, you don't build that. I build my worship, my time and my day. So you got people up, down, washing everything, and it was a competition because you find somebody in the cooperating and they started chiming in that river, they put their chim sour through that, and then you below trying to rinse your problems. But we had good cooperation. It was quite a way of social, People get stories by that river.
Mm-hmm.
You also, in the river business, you observe what they call social behavior. Let's say, you don't have to tell you. Because you have a good couple, Mademoiselle, she's by the river washing her boyfriend's clothes and taking time to spread that and hold that and, loving to his clothes. But since you see that clothes in a stone there, things are going right. And when you get to the clothes, you hold that other beat it on that stone, bow, 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 shoot it and throw it on the side. And it really home half dry, because you just punish that guy there when you come home and you get dry clothes. So it is a way of getting back, So you can see that how the cardinal go thinking. Yeah, I can't be cheap, but it's a way of to try to get you in a corner somehow.
I know to come to Roseau from the Kalinago territory in those days, let's say in the 70s into the 80s, even sometime into the 90s, it was a long journey. How early would you have to get up to come to Roseau?
Well, that was something else. We had to get up at 4 o'clock. In some areas, we did not have clock. So you would get up on the third cock. You number yourself by cock. Your rooster on your trees close by. Premier cock is about 2 o'clock. Then you had the citizens. Have your other partner get his name, but have you ever listened to early morning roosters?
Yes.
There's a special time they crow. When they crow, you hear they go as far as possible. So once they go, you go, the other one, the neighbors, and it goes and listens. And then it stops completely. We are not mute. And then 1 hour after again, one start crowing again, and they answer again. So it had a from 3 phases of this cock crowing. So that was a timing for us to get up. So we go into Roseau, and the fishermen use that too. No. Let's put me cock. No, it's this same cock, same cock. And they know what it's about. So that would be about the third cock crowing sequence in the morning about 4 o'clock. Then you put yourself by the road, and there would be these Bedford trucks with wooden seats inside, what they call a hood over and a tailboard. So they will stop to get you to Roseau. Now, while it wasn't a lot of vehicles on the road, but it was very serious to ride. You were not allowed to put your finger out 1 inch from the truck area because the elders, everybody, put your head in, put your hand inside, and drivers going that laboring on the load because you have full people, you have a load on the hood, then you have fellas because if you were a macho guy, you cannot be sitting, you have to be a tailboard, show fellas showing off of any man, you have to be graduated to get on tailboard because not any man that go there, the little boy stay inside, the man down the tailboard. So you had bananas on there, and then we go into Roseau early morning. So you'd have reached almost 6 o'clock or 7, you're still Sylvania. Now Sylvania, you're turning there, that is where we cash, the driver's cash. It's a restroom stop and cash. So there was a 2 bamboo there, and a big laggy tree. That is before you take shorty. Turning there, right when you're going towards Shorty, turning there. And there, the truck will park there. The ladies would have go and pee behind the bamboo because there's more space, and the men would have pee by the laggy tree. So you have 2 spaces, so you have a pee stop. And then the driver taking his money from there with cash before you reach Roseau. But you know what that means? You cannot live in Roseau without one of those passengers because they pay already. So they go to Roseau, most of them will just stay around Minion area or shop around the open market. Or when we had using the old market, we had a lot of vendors there. Actually, when I went to Roseau, there I bought my first item, a comb and a small mirror, a long mirror. That's why I buy it. So we didn't have a chance to go to the Astapan and go in. It was just asking next to counter. So Okay, then I go people who didn't used to go and pick things. Well, not long as to pick things, we had to ask for it. When he's sick, when they're sick, the people tell you, oh, when he's on, and people already, they stay on, what you don't have. Ujaga lie, ujaga is only power, who grades you, no, I'm on this, so it was more asking you to buy the healthy shop, and then you had more grown people spending their money in Roseau. And you know what time we get back again to territory? 7 o'clock. 7 p.m. is when the light reaching and they have laboring, and then sellers already drink from the gallon of rum they buy already under the seat, and one or two of them already talking stuff. And then you might, but you have to hold tight because the driver was on his queue. You cannot afford to lose anybody item, but you are bring for the shop. You have the sack sick, you have the sack TV that does not have shop. Then you have the lamoy, you have the hawan saw, you have your lad, you have the tabac. You know, in some shop because the cigarette that time, but tabac was what the elders used, and their oil because in the shop during my time we used to go to the shop and buy any oil, Tyson's oil to fry all the banana and things. So you have people buying by that. So that's how the overall experience in Rose was. But Christmas time was more excited because you find people buy more, but you still pull on in Roseau. And then the worst thing that will happen to you is when you truck get a flat tire, or you want everybody has to go outside. Then they have to fix that transport there again. Or if you have a problem, they can't self-start. They have to get the crank handle inside that thing and spin, move, let's go. It's quite an experience in those times. Now it's automatic. We have now, squeeze and go, and we can just pick up. So what it left us with those things there. Right now, you find less elderly people shopping in Roseau. In Roseau, you find most young people because it's things you have to read the label, you have to pick up the shop and everything. Nobody don't dare to ask you. Not nobody, but you have less people that's really enticing you to buy.
So in those days, how many trucks that you had in the Kalinago territory to bring you to Roseau?
We didn't have a lot of trucks. It's only one truck at a time, say one truck, and from territory, and then you had people from Wesley and Castlebrooks. So the Street in Castlebrooks had a truck doing the Kalinago line. That is the big Osprey, one of the Kalibishi right now in the business. His father owned a shop in Castlebrooks. Actually, some Kalinago people used to go right Castlebrooks and shop because they had a big shop there in Castlebrooks. So the Osprey's own a truck. Then the Theory, Wesley. Then you have again Harold Valmont, Badaka had a truck. And so not many trucks in our area, but from Boboy in Naten had a truck. He was an elderly guy, but he was he was so nice, he never picked to force it, no problem. How's she going? He wasn't going fast, but when you're on board that if nothing, he's driving you guys just say towards one back.
I want to get your experience arriving in Roseau for the very first time.
When I went to Roseau for the first time, it just like you have a fowl that is not cage, and it just jumped down for the first time, So it's looking all around. It's looking all around, but the all around was, as I told you earlier, it wasn't like it's a fast business. It's a fast business. Depending, somebody took me to Roseau, so I had to follow them. And then we had it was by the old market. There was called a red store. That's what the Chinese are right where the Jamaican party shack is when you corner there, the main shop. But the market was vibrant. A lot of you could find all what you want. Cheap retail. You don't have to search. Right at the market. A lot of vendors at the market there. So it was quite amazing that you have to see so much things in your eye for the first time, and you have so very little money to buy. So that was the main thing. Because you look at you look at my shoes. Why I wish I had that shoes in my foot. You see the pants running there and the comb and everything was what you would want locally. You would have find it there in the road. So it was mostly like you couldn't venture very far, and you had to pick your bearing and say, okay, do you want that road? This is on this house, and the transport is parked there. So for me, I go a first time and I come back to the truck. I go a second time, I come back to the truck, and I say, okay, no, no, you can't get. The important thing is to get back to the truck.
Yeah.
There's no way.
So you do the trip. You do the trip many times just to make sure you have your, your compass
your
correct.
bearing, yeah.
Why?
Get it back.
So you would you remember what year was that? Were you a big man already coming when you came to town?
But that would be in the early. That would be way in the early 70s. Very early 70s. I went there. I went to Rosa when I was about 11 years. The other thing shouldn't have been was when I was like maybe. I went to Rosa very, very late because you had no reason to go to Rosa. We didn't have much money to buy. The only thing we used to go to Marigot and buy that. Marigot like Marsho George, like in Marigot. That is, they had on the West Flat there. They had a big magazine there, a big market store. You could get most what you want there. You could go to Marigot, and you could go to Castle's if you want something by Osprey, or you could just venture across to Atkinson by Massimo. Massimo Laville owned a nice shop. She well maintained. She had cloth. She had at Christmas time. She sell all what you could get your macaroni, your sugar. You could find most of it locally on the local. So instead of going right to Roseau, you take a walk to Massimo shop in Atkinson. So it wasn't really a big thing to go shopping down there, unless you had a shop, of course, that you need things in big quantity.
And in those days, the road was very poor.
Yeah, and the road network too was because remember we only developed a road in the 60s to have motorable road that would go. So when you reach in Concord, you're getting a nice ride, the Imperial Road, but all roads are rugged.
And no, someone was just saying to me that Ben from Calibishi and Mr. Boboy from Marigot had trucks too.
Yeah, I said Boboy. I mentioned Boboy. Ben too. Yes, Ben came. That is where Ben make all his life. Ben personally said it was Kalinago that supported him in his shop. Calibishi wasn't really riding him as such. Why did he make his money as Ben? But again, these fellows, they were very good, jovial people. They were people, they really knew how to do business, and they were very kind. People that couldn't maybe pay their classes, they just turn at that time go to Roseau.
So coming to Roseau at that time, right? Coming to Roseau at that time, the Negro would have called you all or said to you all, Malquaib Suvai. How were you all at that time coming into Roseau? How were you all dealing with that criticism from the Neg?
I personally did not get that because they had certain people, the Kawatozo, it was like they didn't, I can blame them when you don't know better. So they have been, even now, I've seen people that would not let the Cardinal go touch them, they still have that thing then working on quiet, that thing there, quiet. But we still get that quiet sober. And I alluded earlier why they could not because you were savage in the day, because of the way you live. Like, when you see people coming, they want them to see you, you hide. Right? They didn't want you to just touch them because they believe well because you're quiet, they could come on a home, you will crab and tie you and just go with you. So you when you resisted, they call you sauvage. I mean, just like the white country did us, when we resisted colonization, they were the first people that were savages. They were taught that in their history books, so that is what they're passing on to us because they are not enlightened, they're not aware, we don't read, but they may go through similar challenges than us, worse challenges than us. So it was a time where, some people did know better and they feel well, they will just call five sauvage, and myself, We didn't have that strength, that motivation, that courage to stand up. So we bend our head, we hide away because, And then, once again, if the cardinal goes when he drink too sloppy. He didn't eat well in the morning and then got drink a pure castrum because honestly, I read a number of literature and it concluded that that is one of our weakness, passion for strong drink. And by nature, we cannot take in so much. So while said, well, you can take 2 shots, 10 shots, and you're still there looking at me, and I take 4 shots, my eyes dropping already. So you find that is in the but if there are 100 people there, you maybe have 5 black tellers, they talking soft, nobody say nothing. But one pipe does go down, one pipe that's, that's the way to think.
Yeah. Right. Well, 2 things they say. One of the 2 things that they say, and Cecil, the Caribs like the Kalinagos, they like to drink.
No.
E yo eme vis. Se de bagay moun kade ou savoso. Yo eme bwe. Eme vis.
I would say it's an honest statement. I mean, there's nothing because the Kalinagos, even before the introduction of European liquor and strong drink, the Kalinagos made their wiku. The wiku. The ladies would have bite, but chew cassava and spit it out, let it ferment and give the husband that and drink a call about that and get him tipsy. When the French came inside, the Spanish came, they introduced their vino and their vino with rum and wine. Then they get dependent on that because the Kalinagos wasn't working because they like to be social, they like, to feel that way, that in that mood. And then the French make it worse. Even the priests, them used to just, for them to get their help, the Kalinago well, they had them tapia, which was the French old rum, they call tapia. So the first, one of the first French state men, the Kalinago at the time, learned was, bonjour paix, or bonjour cousine. Je suis une tapia. That is old French, but they can, do you have rum? You come empty-handed there. So they ask for that. So it has become, unfortunately, still one of our weakness, even in these modern times, that you see people, they still consume a lot of those drugs.
So when you see the Kalinago Bwili, it's about 2 shots they take then?
Was that? No, but I think 2 shots. I mean, the people take more shots, but by nature,
yes, by nature,
our system cannot resist a lot of alcohol, strong drink in it.
Okay. No. Someone told me, and first of all, let me just say good evening to Marvelyn Francis Nicholas, sorry. She's listening and she's tuned. Also to John Baptist, and not forgetting also Hill, Honoré, Kelvin Ambrose, and Veronica Seaman, all watching and listening to the program. Just want to say to you all, thank you. I think you all have to chat. Just now, I'm going to make a promo to tell you that you have to subscribe. So when you say to subscribe, not subscribe doesn't mean pay, but to subscribe to make other people come on board. No, the Negro, the black man likes to talk about witchcraft. In your yard, did you all discuss Lugau and Sukuya? What was the conversation in the yard in the Kalinago territory about witchcraft?
In some instances, it was discussed, and that is a very intrusive topic. I personally doing a lot of research into that because I've attempted twice to be a Lugau and they didn't pitch me. But hold on. In American culture, in all of the cultures, you find that we say what they're doing is super, and what we're doing is witchcraft. So you find a Superman flying up in the sky. We let our children view that, but if you tell your granny's a Sukuya, you're pouring your head in your lap, that is a bad thing to say. That your mother was a Sukuya when you was a Sukuya, and when your mother was a superwoman. She had the ability
To fly.
by gravity and fly in the sky. I feel that's a plus in the level of spiritual, using the spiritual plus, the sense of gravity, that we could come up with a science that could make you live long, a science that would make you turn into a cow or a dog, a science that would make you turn into a coffin or a snake, and a science that will make you fly over not only to your neighbors, but you can go to Guadeloupe and come back home and you know that, and you change your one, sleep in your bed quiet and get up. That's amazing. But we take it as something very bad because we're taught that it is bad. Everything we do now, it is bad. So the Sukwelugao, as I understand it, the Kalinagos know a better way of using the supernatural powers around you. So if you're studying supernatural powers, all of us are circled by powers, be negative, positive. You stretch you. And just so you imagine that the good spirit, the Almighty, is right next door, listening to you as a spirit. They're also negative spirit, and they're a spirit that you don't even know about. But our world is full of spirit. If every human being that dies, the spirit say floats in the atmosphere, you can imagine how much spirit that is there. So when we see things sometimes in our vision, we see things in our dream, and then there are people who really can tell you what they saw and what they didn't see. But witchcraft, it was a part of Kadinago practice, as I understand it. And before time it was used, it was they had certain powers that they were ritual into a basin, you jump over it, and you escape. And then you had, when the Kadinagos are intermixing with the African, because the African came here as grown-ups, not children. They had already had a culture of witchcraft, or whether Europeans too, because Europeans have their own witchcraft. I have met people that bravely tell me, do we have a in Dominica? And say, I'm a witch. See my ring, that is my membership of a witch. I've seen people think themselves because I'm very open when it comes to talk to that conversation. So when you open up, people that will tell you things. So witchcraft, yes. So we had Lugao in my community. Had Lugao, what do you call it? First grade Lugao. First grade Lugao. They take the length of Sechai, the black red, and blah 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 blah, and they turn into a coffin. Grade two Lugao, they turn into a dog. Backward.
Hold on. Paris, hold on. Rewind that thing for me.
You mean like
about the Lugao and the coffin. Rewind that.
One, two. No,
I want to get that again.
1 to 3 grades.
You see, pap, and you say into a coffin. I want to get the.
No, you can't get details.
Give me the details.
But that's for you to speak with him.
Let me hear the details.
Yeah, so they are little plaything. Right? You have a toy, little thing. You can do everything, but that is still weaknesses. So, but there, what they call in our times, there were people that developed ways of repelling those what they call evil spirit, as it termed them. So when you see a Lugao, fellows, you find fellows more intent to get their wash TV. You go buy the beer and pick up some wrong stone and hit it by a fire and take it ready. But that Lugao will pass. You send us to it, you get a bless for the rest of your life. Then they had witches, which I learned from an elder actually, because I was very I do a lot of my life with elders, speaking to them, and they had a trust, my trust into. So I had a good colleague, a good friend of mine, an elderly, who could hold Sukuya. Doesn't matter what Sukuya he was, he could hold Sukuya, he could talk to them, he could chastise them and let them go, don't come back. But he was never allowed to do harm to the Sukuya. And you know why? He said one day he went to Magalan. Now the Kalinagas used to go to Magalan regularly, go there and drink their soppy buy their banton, but they have to take a good some soapy before they come back down. And when they drink the rum, nothing can stop them. So the lady telling them the weather is getting bad, they should not go. And by all means, they want to go. They leave at night and they're on their way home and they get lost at sea. But because they treated this lady very well, they gave her some extra food they didn't sell. So the lady already didn't tell them she was a Syria, but he did them not to go. And in the middle of the ocean, they get lost. And all they see was a boat, like a battleship, or they don't say a boat, a light flash. And when they flash, they saw that they were in the wrong direction. And this flash continued to be close by, not close by, but giving them guidance until about 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, until they could see their cars, because that is where one of their landmark would be to know they're going territory from that direction, from Guada or Guatemala. And they see that lady just make a getaway. Voodoo. And the second time, the lady said, she recounted the story and asked them what happened to them the night. And he told them that what happened to them. And I said, it was I that came and saved all you. I told you not to go. But you must promise me never to harm one of my colleagues again. So he taught him a couple of things which he never passed on. The same time he says to be here, he does do that, and it's coming right to you and you can hold it. So there was many Sukuya, and it is not only, something that was practiced throughout the territory. You had people that had more connection with people, older people from Grand Pont, because Grand Pont was the place where most of our Kalinag was going to Rosewood overnight before they climb the hill to fresh water, then load and back to Rosewood. That's on the route while you're walking by land. You had other people intermix with the Kalinagos, a number of them. So they learned that witchcraft from the black descendants of the slaves, which had kept that. And I don't know how much it is practiced today, because one thing that really repelled the witches, it's in 1986 when we got electricity, that the high tension that passed there was put a lot of current in that. And that don't go well with, because witchcraft in that super being of the using gravity has to deal with some current. And if you get too close to that high tension there, so you get pulled and get shocked. So they get afraid of that. So after 1986, you find it was mostly soup turned into chicken. You find a few of them was grounded, but still practicing. But this is not a thing
Or black dogs and cats.
They have complained about now. So I don't think it's much of a negative thing, and people are not complaining too much about soup. Some people say they have a bite, they see blue on their side. Soup, we cannot stop it. But they can have many other things, which maybe you have to meet me personal to discuss that.
Okay, all right. Okay. And I know many other persons want to meet you personal.
Right, because I know, for instance, in some of the books, the Kalinagos were very into the spiritual world. So a lot of their stories, especially in the area of Escalateche, there's a big story in that,
Yes, and the myths and the legend, and they had ways, I would say people who died with that power they had, because, I mean, if you could go and do a ritual and get a spiritual area where a snake can move out of a cave and you can get remedy from it, that is power. And that is a connection that many people could do. And I feel we still can gain those powers there, because it all depends on, and I'm still on the spiritual business in what we intake. One of my elders told me that since we start the intake of salt, that neutralized the power of the Kalinago, so he lost that kind of force he would have, his ancestors many years ago could have. So the intake of food and not only affect our health, depend on food, but it also affect your spirituality in terms of what you can do and what you cannot do.
Well, let me ask you a question. Is this business about the escalatation, that snake going into the sea, is that true or just a myth?
It depends. You could take it as a myth. As a Calinaro, think it is true. I went there myself, I was searching for the charm that I could get, and I was blessed with a beautiful wife. So I think I didn't reach it, but being just close to it, I got that. So you can imagine if I get snake.
All right. So I know that, so that's why I asked, because when you read many of the books talking about the ancestors, they always believe in the spiritual aspects.
Yeah, I mean, they're always, in our culture and what they call myths and legend, our country, different tribes, different ethnic groups have their myths and legend, creation, how they were made, what that stands for, whatever, and that add up to the whole diversity in terms of the different your belief from where you what you think, what the perspective of life is. So if it's based on a legend, people believe in it, and a lot over the world people still believe that there are certain places you have to worship, you have to keep secret. So that is a thing that is real.
No, Paris,
Mm.
communications. In reference to community, the hamlets, I think there are 11 hamlets. How were you all communicating in your time in that yard? You want to send a message, a critical message to another. It's only one tribe, it's not several, but you have different groups of people who believe in one thing. And I want to know, how did you all communicate from one community to another?
So you had meeting points. You had meeting points where you would pass message to people. But news carried very well. We were very connected to each other and united everybody. So if somebody tell you to tell somebody hello for them, it will they will don't satisfy until that message is delivered, and everybody in that line would have done that. So even Rosa, you meet somebody who might tell you do you know that person there? No, but I know that person. Maybe Zibamwe. Suple Makamado. Zibamwe. Lovenly. They many commission by. They put the give you a lot. Or they give you a specific time they could come down. They leave that trust. You see, when the calendar go tell you, we make it, they would do. We were very loyal to our word, we keep our words. So when they tell you they'll do it, it passed through. And it takes 2 days to reach there, and they would get to the comeback. So meeting point in Roseau where you meet different people coming, you meet people from Senegal coming Roseau, you could pass a message. Church was one area. When you get to church, you have to meet friends coming from different areas. The same church you talk about, the people from different villages come there, you pass a message to that person. You have a long conversation with those people there, so you could pass. So until when we had telephone way back in the telephone was way back in the 40s, somewhere about. There was telephone in Hatton Garden, there was telephone in the Saturday station, there was a public telephone in Aberfield Rabbits Hogan at Kingston. And that is where you make all your link from. Somebody was there and they said, if you cannot make the call, Mama Phil was so kind. This is that she would facilitate you and to make the call on your behalf, receive call on your behalf, and then pass the news. And tell your daddy that person called and he say call her back, or you think you're asking. Yeah, she was so kind into really ensuring that those type of information go out and not only go out, but the receiver got it on time.
What about radio? I know in the early days, you had to deal with the issue of communicating, getting news, getting information of other communities. Radio, what part it played?
Via radio?
Yes.
Oh well, radio came in the 70s. We personally, we at home, we didn't have this luxury of radio. But lately, I remember I would go by the cricket and there was a guy with the radio, and you would have put it on Guadalupe Station. But you get Barbados radio CBC, um, British Broadcasting somewhere in Barbados. You'll get that on AM frequency. You'll also get Radio Antilles, which you were getting very very well on your frequency. I remember at the time we could get Radio Trinidad because while Calypso was going on in Trinidad, or Calypso was going on Dominica also, but I could still listen. A little, you're getting signal and off, but you could still get some idea what's happening in Trinidad. And but then we start bombarding ourselves with other FM radio station. But when we start getting our national radio station or frequency AM frequency, I think that was the main station for all Kalinago people because they would hear voices that they were very much familiar with. People like Ferdinand Frampton, he once used to work for Green Soul Sale. So he's passed on the road and sell things so people know Frampton go bude, capacity. Um, and then other people would pass and they would know. And especially when we start for the elderly people, when we start the Creole program, that is something they would resonate with, that they would understand the language and the humor that they receive from them, and then they would. And what was the most interesting thing about Kalinago people was the banana industry that used to have what they call banana cutting notice. So every farmer would be glued to the radio to listen. Banana reception, it will be on Tuesday in the Northeast from Wednesday at 6 a.m. to Tuesday at 6 a.m. and whatever. So even if you didn't have a radio, you would have come by the person with a radio to listen on his banana reception. I just want to capture most of our listeners because that is where the livelihood was when we leave the cassava and start getting our customers money. That was what was there. The lime was there, but when it comes to bananas, it was a big revolution of transform the Kalinago territory economically and whatnot. But you have to listen to the radio. So in my village there, even if you hear the news already, somebody can tell you, no, you talk to the 6 minutes against and tell it. Somebody make a mistake, argue on the time, but they would listen to it. So this is one of our major radio stations. It is still my favorite radio station because it has a very a program that changes to fit the need of the audience, and we have different personalities that are developed in the radio station for the time. So you feel comfortable because you know somebody, even though personally we become now that we can see the person, you know who is Cecil, you know who is K1, you have different people that you know who was Stephen, when Tim was there, people know was Ferdinand, and many other people that work within that station there. So you have that connection. So you know you're listening with the people you had interacting are your own people. From Kisavan on the radio, they give a story. While people of the Kalinaga territory don't really call the radio station, but I can tell you they're glued to them. People who are at home, but people who are at work now don't much listen to radio, but the people at home, that is their main communication, except for people that are now put in different TV at their home and they know when it's raining in the West and outside there that was waiting, they don't know if it's raining outside. But it has remained almost like a Kalinaga radio station. Right now, we have doing a program, people can call program. We have Kalinaga Word for the TNN radio. That is a voice that is very familiar to the Kalinaga people. Radio DDS.
And talking about deaf announcement, community bulletin board, so in
Oh,
terms
yes.
of the
Yeah.
communication with
If,
DBS and
don't,
the Kalinago, it's
if
something that
somebody
is.
die and we don't hear their announcement, what Martin has to do party has radio. Come here then, Martin, nobody was married, Still want to hear it on the radio. To me, they don't hear it on the radio, the person die.
Very interesting.
But that is very interesting what you just said there.
Right.
I mean, it's the way you said it, They know the person die.
Right.
But if it's not on the radio yet, the person don't die yet.
Okay.
Why? I like that promo.
Right. In terms of communication,
I think can I have this and can I borrow that line to make a
Yeah,
promo?
you can.
right, very interesting. Yeah, in terms of communication, and I know you'll have different. Kalinago's living in Vegas, Kalinago is living in Petit Soufrière and other areas, and you said earlier on in some areas of Wesley. How do you all communicate? Are you still connect? For instance, the Valmonts, the Ogis, those names resonate.
Well, those
The
names,
Paris.
we are still in the territory, still in the we still, my family, we still with good camaraderie to our Prince family, and it have a connection too. But we had the Prince family down there, and the other people was that I don't want to forget this guy. They were in the Texas me listening, but the people who come to visit us regularly, they us because what happened? We had my mother. They know her very much. We had some people from Wesley adopted. Apart from family lines, the people who were adopted in Wesley. I had a brother that was adopted in Wesley. One adopted in Calibishi in early life. So we have a connection, and when they see me down there, they mistake me. Even they know it's not me, but they will remind me, "Are you Piash brother?" That's why I speak Kokoi sometimes because I used to go there regularly with my mother to see the family and the past son. Oh, Flo, what you do? Long time ago, see ya. Oh, God, Papa, lad, look at Flo. So, I learned a little bit of Kokoi.
A little bit. There's a lot to it.
It's a lot of Kokoi, man.
Another Kokoi. I was a Kokoi champion once in Dominica. I won a national competition in Kokoi.
What?
Oh yeah, the first show at the new stadium, I decided that I have to perform. First cultural show held at the stadium. I was on stage giving my Kokoi story because I had won the national competition in Kokoi. Yeah, the other guys couldn't believe that. You can take Kakai. You are Kakai, you talk. You do Kakai, you do Kakai, you do Kakai big. You give me all around the I see there was a weak point.
You know what I'm going to do? Just hold that thought. Just hold that thought because you're going to tell us what is the story that the story that you did. But you have someone on the telephone. Good evening to you, caller. Good evening to you, caller. Good evening. Well, that person have to call us back. So yes, I was saying to you that that Kokoi that you're speaking, I want to hear a little bit of it. In reference to the competition that you took part some years ago.
Yeah, I would not be able to recite. I can't remember the topic because most of my stories are improvised. Sometimes I learned that from my days as a member of Carifuna. We used to do impromptu story, create stories. Sometimes even my Nisi quick, they are not finished unless I reach on stage.
The person is back.
Because
I gotta just hold on a while. Let's hear what the person has to say. Good evening to you, caller.
Yes, it's me.
Yes,
yeah, and I'm enjoying the program, even if I'm in between. I am Nico Tubulo, my brother.
Yes.
Good evening to you. And how are you?
I'm good.
All right. That's what I was expecting to hear. I don't want to bring any political notation, but I think what I want to share is of great importance and interest to the Kalinago people. No political attachment. I'm just straight point. During the swearing ceremony of the chieftain recently, she advocated and she made a plea for a call to recognize the Kalinago people in Dominica and I guess wherever they are on July 4th. I'm in support of the call, but I have a disagreement with the date. The 4th of July is celebrated in the Americas as the Independence Day. And I think it would be more appropriate if a day during our national celebration would be integrated to have you guys celebrate it. When I say we, I'm still part of the Kalinago territory. I'm a Dominican and we come from Dominica. We are the natives of this beautiful white Ikobuli. And hence the fact that we should not associate or put ourselves with Americans. We are the locals, and when we're celebrating our local independence celebration, that should be the appropriate time to celebrate with the Kalinago people. That's all I want to share with you guys tonight. Thank you. God bless. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your thoughts.
You have anything to say about that?
Well, the call was made, and the call was from Chief Alex. It wasn't the first call. We have been advocating that for a while. Lorenzo may be called early in his term as chief, and the Prime Minister say any day you choose, we agree. He does that because the lapse of the council and the community in a whole that we did not take it seriously, and 5 years passed so far. But it is not the first call. I hope it will be the last. But according to the call, the date has to be agreed on by the people. All this conversation, dialogue has to be by your people. It is not safe and say, well, any date we choose maybe coincide with some other event, world event. However, it has to be looked at. The date is suggested because it's a people's day, what they're calling it, and it has to get a consensus from the general public. So we'll address that, and we just want to thank the caller for his input and contribution towards that.
Could I ask him a question now, Cecil? In terms of the culture between the Kalinagos and the blacks, in terms of intermarriage, is it can a Kalinago man bring a black woman into the Kalinago territory? Is that still there, or what is the situation with that? How is that?
Well, this is what we talk about. When I grew up, it was what they call common law. That was also that the head was the man, so the man was allowed to bring in somebody outside, and I'm talking about black, specifically color. I'm talking about somebody from the outside. And when somebody on the outside allowed to take it and go, it was never in the law. I think that was written about respects traditional law. So I know many in my days, there's many of people that have left the Kalinago territory and moved to Atkinson, just next to Atkinson, but they were out of the borders. And we have the Kalinago. But the Kalinago men, I think they were less during that time. They were bringing less. But I see they're bringing more now. But the result you have the same thing. What you get? It's a mixture. It doesn't matter where you boil the water on the stove or on the wash. The mix is the same. It can have a little flavor, more whatever. It will have the smoke, a little flavor. But in general, it come up with the same thing. And we have accepted the equal rights from 1980 something 81, the UN Charter for Equal Rights for Women, and that is a loophole in the culture of Kalinagos. But it is not now it's happening. It's a long time we have integration. It's slower, but it has done more because the population has done more. People are now looking. The girls are looking for our boys because the boys are being educated now. The men are seeing there's a loophole because when it comes to Kalinago territory, if on the ladies' right, they don't have to invest another $100,000 in buying a lot of land, so they can quickly, befriend the family and they settle themselves in, and we can put them out because of the existing law. that is written. So while it is not a healthy thing for the continuity of the Kalinago people, but I think the question we have to face the reality that we have a population of an integrated community that may not share what they call a total Kalinago features, but people are very strongly into a Kalinago identity because there are some of the people that we think are not Kalinago. They are very strongly and strong, militant people for Kalinago. They stand for Kalinago. So it's a matter of sense of identity, who, um, which is looks or which is love have taken over from the heart. When somebody loves somebody, we are exposed. We go to college with black community children. We went to primary school. We go to secondary school. That's where you mostly find your peer. And if your peer happens to be somebody outside, then you have to accept your right as an individual. And then the other part of it, the right of residency in Kalinago territory, and the right as somebody to become a Kalinago citizen. So it's something that a discussion has to be held, but we don't want to put anything bitter between a generation that is struggling for economic and other survival to be going into this size divisive conversation like this. I would like to embrace all our people in the Kalinago territory that has Kalinago ancestry, both in and out of the territory. They may not have the right of residency, but they share an identity. They share some percentage of them at Kalinago blood, as my brother just said. So that is my view for that topic.
No, you normally give storytelling. Um, I would like to find out how much influence did the yard that you lived in or your surrounding that you stayed around most times influence you into storytelling? How often would you have heard it in your yard? How often that you would have been involved as a community giving storytelling, and then eventually you become a big storytelling
Oh, okay, nice.
individual?
Storytelling is I share two homes as a youth. I live at my mother's home and I spend a lot of time with my nenen. Actually, we had no lights, so my nenen used to cook from 5 o'clock. A supper already cooked, so I could supper by my nenen and still wait to my father come out to fish at 8 o'clock to eat another fish broth. So, but when I spent some time at my nenen and slept there, and we go inside very early. We lock our door 6 o'clock. That is coming in the month of coming October, November, December. So we have darkness coming early, and then she'll be one side, and she was the one who started telling me stories, stories of different folk stories, Copela Pre, Wai Malfini, and so. And then I used to follow very early in my youth. I did very early, Cecil. I did it very early. I was a boy so early and I was allowed to do it. And I went by 9 nights. So while they were singing their cantic inside, there was a guy named Took, a very old man. But he used to give stories. But that man had drag stories for the whole night. So then one story, two stories for the night, because he extended that story so long. But you had fellows sitting around him and just listening to him because he was just stories after stories. But they were very lengthy. But he had an audience. And I like people around me to really feed on their energy. And I say, but I want to be a storyteller. I want to be a storyteller. And then I start getting into more listening to this music cooperative laughing. But I start developing my own, getting moral closer to stories, and then develop my own story. So I took, for example, a lot of little stories and I built on them and I present them. Most of my stories are presented trial at national competition, and I had the opportunity to invite me to Guadeloupe on a Guadeloupe tour to do my stories. And so not only that it would just from my stories of breathing and others, but they like to hear it coming from a Kalinago and see. But Kalinago's part of the culture was not only secret. The stories they give was history. We're telling stories of incidents, of expedition, of adventures. And my father used to give the stories home. But all his stories was related to fish. He and his colleague determined different rule. He went to what they catch to one, they catch whole. Now they were to marry, but they said, continue thing about fish because that was his thing. But the other guys that gave stories, and I was mostly when I grew up and I started radio DBS, Leblanc had just, Leblanc had just opened up that storytelling. And I remember when Lawrence Blumant do his first radio live story, which I know was when transport come in Marigot. And I didn't have radio, but my neighbor was playing that loud, and I listened the amount of applaud the crowd had to hear that story. I said, I want to be on stage one day doing that and look at the crowd reaction. And that is how I get into storytelling.
There's one story, basically, even if you can't remember all of it, that Cecil earlier on tried to probe you into the Kokoi story and the Kokoi language. Since you were the champion of Kokoi story, maybe you could just say.
I only did it for once, I only did it for once. I won't do it again because this other guy from Wesley, the trouble, the Kokoi man, everybody,
Akram.
Yeah, Akram.
I win competition and whatever. But there will be time. Independence coming, you'll hear me say, you'll hear me stop it.
Okay, I'll be looking out for you. Also to Paris, I know that you sang calypsos. Did you hear calypsos in your yard? I know you took part in a few competitions
no,
in the Kalinago
we did
territory.
not take calypso. I told you calypso was something that came late, not late, but it was something that I see happening and listen to, both listening to the radio, the old Calypsonian, and I decided we started to organize Calypso competition in territory. We are very old in the pageant, Mr. Cecil and Co. That is why we're winning all the time because we are very old in pageantry. But we also do calypso too. So we have many calypsos, especially in Balaka. We had a group called Chez Zombie, which was a cultural group I was a member of, and we organized calypso shows. And there were people that very passionate about calypso. Mr. Chief Williams Chance, the love of calypso. So when he hear calypso, he loved that very very much. Not melody we call it. So I think so that's. I start putting not only sing calypso, I start putting my pen down because instead of getting articulate certain things we wanted to do and to change, you either talk or you sing it. So I had a choice. If I couldn't get the opportunity to say it in words and talking, if I get the opportunity, I would sing it. And then I have become calypso. I write my own calypso, and I win competitions for many years and took part in many years. But this one, I can give you a taste of calypso because I don't have to search much, right? Some of them registered in my memory bank, so I can sing your calypso.
Go for it.
Go for it.
Okay, this this calypso was written 1983, 84. We had the Consul Hilary Frederick in office. They had promised us a lot of action because he had just fresh from the US. And so I sing a song about that. But it was the other song which I will sing to you that it goes. And it goes like this. In All Souls Day, I visit the cemetery. In Daddy, in the cemetery, question in hand, I can't understand. So here I am, Papa, seeking your advice. And he said to me, if you want your life to shine bright, do what is right. Your life is shaped by your thoughts. Do what is right. And let me tell you, death is awaiting anyone who wanders away from good sense. And in the land of the dead, there is always room for more. That is the case of one of the calypso I sang. It's going back to our ancestral for answers. So it's still the cultural thing in me that we are still people who are okay. You know that you can go to the dead and you raise the dead for certain
You
remedies.
talk, you talk to the
There's
dead.
only yeah, go to the cemetery and raise the dead. Um, And the other one which is very interesting, there's a lot of into it. It was if Honorable Aunt Timothy, you know what Cecil?
I know her very well.
Yeah, Aunt
I think
Timothy.
she lives in New
So
Jersey now.
yeah, so she get elected, and there were people was beating her wrong about her because she killed Labour Party are beating. So I sang 86. We looking out for something new. No time for gossip. No time for no tricks. Is we have to rearrange what you're sitting here. Some of us like we don't care, but I know the parrot is trying her best because some of us suffer from political blows. We say how she like to live, she has sleep exposed. Honorable, honorable, I declare you woman of the year. Honorable, honorable, I know you can do it. Do it without fear. Honorable, I know you would get them. I know you would get from them anything special. But tell them to be very clear. Don't undermine the carried territory. So that was one for Auntie Murphy. You know, it was to say it was part of a dressing. At that time when we didn't wear tights, it was half sleep. So it was always a case where you always see the half sleep when she dressed. So and they got song about that. It was not about that only, but that was the punchline. And I sang that at the Melodies place in Quebec. The husband of Auntie Murphy was holding. We had a French crew been recording the Calypso show. But when I sang the Calypso, he went to the Lego, the tripod, and I didn't see him again for the night.
Someone said to me to tell you that you should go back to the stage.
Excuse me?
Someone said that you should go back to the stage.
Yeah, well, there was one of our setback here because with Roso and to follow Roso Calypso, it takes, on your countryside, it takes a little bit of commitment. And the last song I sang was 2010, quite a while I haven't sing, we had make a cookery book, and that went viral. It bring a lot of confusion with my cookery book. So I make a song about my cookery book about foreign balls, man. That is when we started to do foreign balls. We're still doing the foreign balls. So I do number of calypso. I also write a small skit for pageants for the and help with the pageant shows. So I helped Roxanne Frederick when she won Miss World Duet. I was the one who wrote her talent for her. Clarissa Nichols she took part in the Miss Dominica Independent and she always Carnival. I just do both of those talent there. So I put my hands on those small skits and talent pieces for the pageant ladies that are doing it. So I try my hand at that.
So tonight we spoke about carrying water, we spoke about planting, we spoke about the sea, we spoke on quite a number of things. We spoke about the witchcraft, rum, the infrastructure that you'll have had at home, and how you are able to use it. Let's go a little bit to Carafuna. You were part and parcel of the Carafuna group. Someone wanted to know earlier on why it's no longer
Yes.
wrong.
Yes. Mhm. Okay, so the Garifuna Cultural Group was formed in 1978. Founder member Wawi Stanford, Garnet Joseph, Jacob Frederick, Alexander Burton, um, and working some other guys, very early guys, Tony, Burton. So they started as a youth group. They were mostly involved into doing skit and plays. Wawi was mostly instrumented in that. Then by the time the 90 independence came, we had the cultural officer, chief cultural officer at that time, Olin Bully, that came and helped to put a piece together called Quatrinu. And that was done during independence, and that followed up in Carrie Festa. And then things start to deteriorate with the group leadership. Robbie left, of course, he had to go and study. Bennett remained, and that time I was part of a group called Chez Zombie. Chez Zombie is in Badaka. It was a group who did folk dances like the Mazouk and so on. And we used to do dances too. Sinki Rabes was part of that group. But I came to Carifuna back in the 83, and I stayed with them until until 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago, I'm still a member of the group. So we had ups and downs. We had represented Dominica in Carib. The group had represented Dominica in Caribbean in Barbados, Carifesta in Trinidad. We had traveled to Canada. We did a number of trips to neighboring islands. We were the forefront group into promoting the World Queer Festival. So we were always in Guadeloupe from 1997 under my good friend, the first manager of that Creole business, Eddie Toulon. Yeah, I call it Eddie Toulon. So we were very instrumental into promoting this World Quail Festival in person, not online, but going in Guadeloupe in different malls. We were taken to La Rochelle and Deauville in France. We were taken to the USA to promote the culture. We went earlier there, we went to Canada to raise funds for the mosquito Indians, which was caught in the war in some in I think it was somewhere down the line, Guatemala. So we did a number of things together as a group. In 1986, before that, we were in England in Focus 86, where we performed at the London Institute, Commonwealth Institute, and for the other counties like Manchester, Preston, Birmingham, Sheffield. So we had done a number of exchange in with Carifuna, and then um, the year 2000 we Janet left to being a Kalinago chief. So from year 2000 until 3 weeks ago, I was president of the Carifuna Cultural Group. We remain the same group because we are guided by a constitution of the group. We have not been very vibrant. The last big thing we did was we were in the World Queer Festival last year, but we do perform. And the reason for that is most of our members are employed, some of them students, and we still have a young group of people training now. But people have to take responsibilities and people have to take return in life, getting married, getting a job out of the cardinal territory. So being visual in the form of dances and so, we can dance, but we don't have the time to. But I hopefully that we are still alive. We have a new president now that has taken up with Adicia Burton, which was Miss Dominica last year. She has taken a mantle as president. We have Josh Frederick, a young guy. You could see him somewhere in Roseau, one of those stores working. SMAP, actually, is there, a young guy. It is out of Roseau. Um, then we have another member, which is at the university, We have one of our drummers working in Paris Williams, so it's always busy. We have other members which are in and out of the island. But our group was structured, so whenever it give us a break, we have downfalls like any other group. Just that we're not a visual, not because we cannot do it, because we don't have the time to. So the physical nature of me now to jump around and sing, I just look at a video when I danced for 1986 when I danced for the Majestic Queen Elizabeth, and I watch myself now. I say, wow. I look at myself in the mirror. I say, I'm not looking as young. Many years gone by. So we want to put the group. I want to put the group into the hands of new generation. They have new thinking on how that we shape the group. I am there guiding the group. I'm still a member, guiding the group. I do lectures in how it is found, anything that to do with language. Asked me to do a lecture about the 19th century uprising. I do that. Um, Try to put some language words together. So we're not only doing dancing, we're doing more things. In our group, have skilled people. We have people who've done weaving. So it is there. We're doing culture, but some people think, well, because we're not on stage dancing, you're more. But we want to see us dancing. You know, people always lament the fact that they want to see you die. You know, they want to see you die, and then when they see you die, there is when they want to show all their flowers. But they don't really care when much when you're alive. So, but we are there. We Our motto is still to revive Kalinago culture, and we are doing it in many ways. And we are taking full part in this year's Kalinago Week activities. So you'll be seeing us on Thursday, our dramas, and then you may even see us back on the Wilfield stage again because last year we were there. All our members, they're not dead, they're there, but doesn't have the time or they think we have new, if it is guided by new thinking or energy from our new executive, I think you will see us soon on the stage. So those who thinking about us, we are alive. We are not dead. We're just taking a nap.
Okay. I know that indigenous people. It's away from the actual program in reference to the Lakou, but I just want to find out from you. I know that indigenous people love to have connection with each other. I'd like to find out from you which other indigenous group in Dominica and maybe in Central and South America that your organization or your organization, the Carifuna group, would have had with other countries of the region, or
Well,
maybe or maybe
we
of the
had
world.
built relationship with some group. One was certain time we were going to exchange there. But honestly, I cannot. It's nothing we can shout about with the connection we have made as a group, not as Kalinago. As Kalinago people, we've been in the council and all of it. We have made that connection. We have made it known. We have been visiting other countries. I have been to Cayenne in Aliwapo, um, taking part in the indigenous games there, and it was intended for us to send a team there sometime in Alawa Yademapo. The other groups, especially Karina, has done a lot of program with that South American group, but we have not officially made concrete what they call connection with the other group. We meet, we discuss. Even now we had I spoke earlier today with a chief from St. Vincent, but in diaspora. Sometimes you meet them there, they're out there now. So we meet, we have connection on a higher level, on the chief level, but as Carifuna, we are on the local scene. Hopefully, we can reach out and have a connecting, have a exchange with other groups from North America or so.
Okay, thanks for that answer. Also, too, I would like to find out from you the common surnames in the Kalinago territory.
The common surnames,
Yes.
well, they still remain. Well, we are achieving now the rapid way of integration. when I want to look at surname change, I go to the health centers and I watch the list of people that have the vaccine, the children vaccine, and I say, well, out of 12, I can see three surnames that are Kalinagos, the all the other ones, they are not, so they are out of the outside. So we have the Valmonts, we have the Elise's, we have the Paris, Tysons, we have the Jupinese, we have the Thomas, we have the Elix. These are some of the most common surnames you would find that are Kalinago. The Fredericks. The Fredericks, we have a large population of Fredericks surname. So this is predominantly the Kalinago territory in a whole. So you find other surnames like Benjamin, for example. We have Lucien, community. You want to be more the other, and film tomorrow, as I mentioned earlier. So we had the Lucien, we had the Williams, in the Kalinago territory. What are we missing? Yeah, we have Thomas. I said Thomas. Basically, that does the more prominent surnames.
Joseph.
Joseph. Yes, we have Joseph. We have Joseph. The ex-chief Ghana Joseph, the Joseph, and we have one of the parliamentarians in the 80s, Matthew Joseph. Matthew the Joseph. The sibling is still behind them there. So we have that. The Fredericks, you have Ellie.
But I didn't hear you mention the August.
Oh yes, I'm saying I didn't want to kill me. So thank you for reminding me. The August, past chief August.
Yeah.
You have teacher, principal, past principal, Captain August. So we have a number of them.
Although the surname does not originate from the Kalinago territory, the Granos, are they very popular in Kalinago territory? The surname Granos?
So in the States, slowly, actually they stopped that much they are made, because remember, the Granos came from Vickers.
Vickers, right.
Vickers. So the sibling you have from Vickers, the Grano would be Ashton, Kelly, Hoyce, and it's Jean McTiernan, Jane. So you have the grandchildren now, the making children. So it is growing. Mm-hmm. So they are now part, because they intermix in Kalinago territory. So they are
the Vivils. The Vivils.
Number of granules there.
Is Vivil a common surname in Kalinago territory?
Which one?
Vivils.
Vivils, yes.
Vivils.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes, Vivils are in Godet River. So you have a lot of Vivils.
Right, but I noticed, has he not? He has not. Well, I'll take him to task for that. What about the Cuffies? I know one of the Paris made a child with me, Calix Cuffy. Has he been breeding?
Yes, we have a couple of them. Coffee, Colbert Coffee, and his older brother. They're not here, so I think they stopped a while. Yes, but we do have some coffees. Actually, as a youth, I spent time as staying with Mr. Coffee, Calix Coffee.
Yes. Well, yes, because I know, for instance, what is the relationship between you and Sylvie Paris?
Well, we are same family, extended family. Cousin, distance cousin, but cousin still. If you have to put it in a graph, then I would be number 4, stretching cousin. But that family tree from the Paris family.
Okay.
Francis is also a common surname in the Kalinago territory.
Yes. Yeah, Francis. Yeah, we have the Francis. We're forgetting there. We have the friend Elvis Francis was senator once to the Freedom Party, and he's a lay minister now in the church. So you have Elvis Francis and the other.
You have the Stanfords, you have the Tysons, you have the Darus.
You have them covered, man.
Yes, Daru, of course. Or Pare, the Darus.
The Tysons, yeah, Tyson.
Yeah.
No,
Tyson,
yeah, so
Stanford.
forgive me if I forgetting them, but you were bringing them up. Thank you for bringing
Yes.
them up.
Well, the rabbis is from
Atkinson.
Atkinson. You know,
Was that?
the rabbis are from Atkinson. The rabbis
Yeah, the rabbis are mostly Atkinson.
and Durans.
And we have some Durans too in territory.
Okay.
We
Okay.
have some Durans in territory.
And I know this one gentleman is to be a tailor, Mr. Tyson.
Hmm.
You know,
And you have Teacher
and you
Tyson.
have Teacher Tyson. There's so
Yeah, he
many.
was at
You know,
SMP.
yeah, so
Right.
many. You know,
Very interesting.
and I only ask this because these people are indigenous, and people need to know. Oh, I should also ask where these surnames originated. The Stanfords, the Thomases, the Elick, the Ely, I think you said,
Really?
Valmont, Laville, Paris, Auguste, where these surnames originated from.
I have not done much research on most of the Valmonds. Valmont seems like French. Again, we skip the Sanford here. But these people were in territory very, very old surnames from Sanford to very Idaros. The linking of the changes because as you know, the journey reaching Kalinago territory, not only some kind of territory, living from the coastline, from Petit Savan, so we have our carried blood in Petit Savan, even some in Tetmon. As you're tracking back to the rural area, being pushed and squeezed from all corner of Dominica, so they left the trail behind.
Very, very interesting. No, in terms of just track back a little bit quickly. In terms of when I used to come up to the territory, most of the homes that I used to see was kaiboa or teepees with thatched roof when I came there in the early 50s, late 50s and 60s. That they were more on sticks and poles. And most of the houses were away from the road because I was asking my father, how comes they're not by the road, the Kalinagos? But I noticed now they're bringing most of the homes closer to the road. That's what I noticed from my observation. Is that
Yeah,
true?
yeah. The reason for that is the transformation that we had. Because remember, I want you to know that the original road, or the colonial road, was passing way closer to the ocean from Badaka always. So you'll find your houses was built down that line, following the colonial road. At the 1960s, when they built that new road, upper, passing through territory and passing through the rivers and everything else. So the roads, what was considered mountain or the mountain or the bushes or the forest for the people down there now, that is where they come up and live. So that's why they was even more not conducive for building homes because we usually get flat land there. So hence the reason why the houses were built on stilts. And as the construction evolves, because remember we live in Cabe and Nickelmina, sticks
Yeah,
and
true.
your Velmush and your Kaipan, your Kaipai, and you have using the leaves of the kashibu, the tetkan, the cane cell to do, and then we did even vetiver came lately. But that was the type of houses, very very humble houses, and then we have kind of move on to lumber, board, and that didn't come very quickly because you had to be strong and to master the technique of sawing on what they call the till saw, lassie, halbois. I remember following my father to renovate our house, and we had to go in the bushes and saw those big ones with axes, not a chainsaw, axes, and cut them and dress them, build a châtier, and then get his other partners to help him to saw boards. So he had weeks spent to make houses. So imagine those times. The people you see in board houses now, I have great respect for them because they did not get a paper signed from government and say, I'm giving a gifting your house. These people are there, they struggle in the mountain, the till so you have to leave early in the morning, get to the forest, cook your food, catch the crabs on the scene. Right, everything was in the forest. Then you had to saw a whole day of sawing, cut their bee boards, so they make 8 boards. If they're very strong, they make 16. They can cut 2 bee and then they have to walk back or stay in the elements under the cabby overnight, and then they would have to head those boards. No vehicle, and they had to go head those board according to their home, or earlier times, liquid time, they had to take it to motorable road where it can be transported to your house. So I have great respect for these people that have gone. So we have turned in the era of bananas now. That is when we shift from a little bit from lumber to the concrete, because people are making money now. People making another big house. You're spending household about, if you get a house 14 by 16, that was considered a big house because you have to buy your block and you have to, so when you didn't have block house, it's big. But otherwise, it was your lumber house, and it was made through a lot of good mess system because most of the time you don't have the money to pay somebody a job. So they exchange labor that helped a lot of people with their lumber house. But we had it was very strong, and that's why some of them are very resilient. For example, my mother's house or my parents' house over 150 years old. And as far as I can know, the age of my mother, she died at 96, and then when she bought that house was there already, so it's quite old. And Maria didn't throw it down; it took out the zinc from it, but it survived. So the architect was very strong. So we have moved, and now we have moved now to concrete. Now not in concrete side, but we have moved to concrete roof. So we have to be prepared for the elements that have come about to the global warming, and we have more hurricanes than before. Not only it's stronger, but we have less barriers. We have cut all our trees down in certain areas so we can get the wind can have an impact on the houses quicker than before. But that is the evolution of, of housing, how it started from down to what we have today.
As a boy growing up, which one you found more prominent in the community, fishing or agriculture?
Which
Oh, sorry, farming or fishing? Which one is more prominent?
I think it was fishing, but it was balance. Because all people, I think, yeah, it is balance. Because people are very self-sufficient. While fishing, you would have people doing your farming, but no large farming in terms that you would have large farming. And the farming we did was purely organic farming, no fertilizer at the beginning. So people had to leave their house and go way up in the mountain where you can find source of a river, for example, of to plant your dash in. Or when I was a youth, when I was after school, I went in the forest. That's where my father, and it was private property, doesn't Kalinago territory, on private property, government land. But we go there, and that is where I knew myself from small boy. That is where, until Hurricane David, that's where I would go up, Little Baraka, and walk barefoot, past Monmin Low, go down and walk Concord Road barefoot. When you meet the pitch hot, you have to go to the grass and zigzag and carry a half bag on those 100 pounds fertilizer. You carry that a half, dashing, tanya, and banana, all the way from almost, that would take you 2 hours, 1 hour to get there, 1 hour to back, even more, according to your speed. What motivates you? What motivated us to carry our bag or food was that we would have spent time in a river, bathe as much as we can, and then go up the hill for a bag and reach home. Now that also goes for the week. So it wasn't like a press button. No, we didn't have more ramen to just don't cook our food. We had to, some of us had to go very far to get fertile soil for the agriculture, for farming.
Let me just ask my last question to you.
Yeah.
Would you say that the Kalinago territory came a long way, a very long way?
Yes. So from what I know it, from what I know the Carnago territory to be, I mean, it came a long way, slowly but surely. In some areas, it was quite quickly. Um, so the Carnago territory established in 1903. We get water in 2000, electricity 1986, telephone come over the same time in the 80s, and then we had cable TV coming back in the 80s, 90s. So um, it's very slowly coming up, but we have developed in some rapidly in some areas, but we have lost many things along our way because while we talk about the and we boast about it. Per capita, we are more graduated student than anybody else in Dominica. But what's the impact it have on the Carinago? What it doesn't really, well, it is show, it's still showing very little. So we have a lot of resources up there, and we need to see that it bring change, and the only change. We had our Carinago theme this year, um, diversity in unity, embracing cardinal culture. And this afternoon, I was at a rally and I was advocating the need for unity that is going on. So you find in structure visually what you see, but I think as a people we're losing some values and we have to get back to that.
As you said that in reference to the Carib Week, what do you have to say about the Carib Week?
So it's coming
The
soon,
Kalinago Week,
finally.
sorry, the Kalinago Week.
I'm the events coordinator, so I have an eye on all activities that is going on. So we had honoring of one of our elders in from Bataka. Our church service was at Kingston this morning from 8. Then we proceed to the City Park, where I leave him in action because I had to come onto the program, where we have a craft and food expo. It's going quite well. Turn out reasonable, and we're very excited. Then we are concentrating on children, more on children on Wednesday. But Tuesday, we have a moonlight naming initiation and traditional dinner. There's a KBA. Then Wednesday, we'll be dealing with children, bring them in one under one roof where we teach them our history, heritage, herbal plants, myths and legends, and the story of 19th uprising. On Thursday, we're doing a smoke ceremony in a traditional way, connecting with our great spirit in honor of our past or fallen heroes. And on Saturday night, we're doing a fashion show showcasing traditional wear and of Kalinago, both traditional and native wear and different um, basketry weaving, all what Kalinago offers to the public on Saturday, the show at Karina Cultural Village. And Sunday, hopefully, we would want to put something for the children, a sports day for the children. So that it's for the week, Kalinago week. So it is going quite well. We hope that the Great Spirit kind of bless us with good weather.
Who's it? What's the name of the cultural elder that you recognize today?
Skip Tyson is from Baraka, and he was very, very much a community-based guy, a scout, a motivator, church, and everything. Okay, I promise something to the listener. If you're listening, and other listeners, listen attentively. I'm going to give you the days of the week in Kalinago. Monday, Hathaway, Hathaway, Hatuey. Tuesday is Lakou. That's almost the thing we're talking about. Not Lakou, but Lakou. And Lakou Biama is like the number two. So Biama is two in Kalinago, so Luaku, the number two. And then we have Wednesday is Luaku, Elua, Elua. Luaku is spelled Luaku. Elua is Elua. Luaku Elua. Thursday is Luaku Biamburi. Biamburi is spelled Biamburi. That is Thursday. And the Friday the gentleman asking about is Luaku Abakabo. Luaku Abakabo. I'm not sure if you said it was me you asked, but I'm not sure. So this question has not come to me. So Luaku Abakabo. Cabo is like five, your hands, cabo. Abba means one hand, if you're five on one hand. Then Saturday is Amera Oni Weyu. Saturday is AME with an accent RAKONI Weyu WEYU. And the last one is Sunday is Aka Koshoni Weyu. You sound familiar, Koshoni? Aka Koshoni is AKAKOSSHUNI Aka Koshoni Weyu. Saturday. So I hope you had a chance to you can always call me because other people call me when they personally 225-8940. It's a thing we have to share and help us to reconstruct the Kalinago language. I'm doing a lot of work on it, but it is a tedious and slow process. And the words we're doing on the radio is we have spent almost 400 words on the radio, and that is those of you who have an opportunity to use them, because it doesn't mean that I send them or Maverick send them, we know all of them. It's sometimes it passing ahead too. So some people just call me off anytime on the spot. What is the word for that? Sorry, I don't have them off my head. I have to research and make sure I give the correct spelling and meaning, because anything now is going over everybody here in the printed, especially when you print the media, people are taking note.
Yeah, I must tell you, in terms of your research in the Kalinago words, so it's good, because I know, for instance, when I met a guy from Belize when I was studying, they have their own language. I think he is an Amerindian from Belize, because they have the indigenous people as well in Belize. His name was Cecil Pech.
Yeah. Especially Garifuna.
The Carifunas, yeah.
Garifuna, G. Garifuna, G. Garifuna.
Garifuna, yeah. Yeah. My final, one of the things I would like you to is continue the research. Know that I do not know how you're going to do it, because, I mean, in your history, you have never had a woman as Carib chief or Kalinago chief. I don't think I've ever heard in the other territories around the world where there are indigenous people, indigenous chief who is a woman. Is this the first in the Kalinago?
It is the first elected. It is the first time somebody is contesting. In 1984. Bernadette John, wife of Masclem, I say Masclem Frederick, because Bernadette Frederick, she contested in 1984 election against Evans August. So that was a long time that people thought that it would make a difference. So it is part of history. We're Kosovo making history. We're happy that that somebody has the courage to come forward, a woman coming forward and say, I think I'm prepared, I'm a warrior, I'm strong enough to take the mantle of Kalinago chief. But it also shows a decline and the respect and the ability, or the fortitude, or whatever we call it now.
The testicular fortitude?
Yeah, of our men, because it has always been our men, and if we are not coming up, anything, the weakness, somebody will fill in the blanks for you. So and it is quite passionate about that. She's really determined to do that, and we wish her on our program, the Lakou program, we will congratulate and wish her all the best.
I would like to do the same. I would like to do the same. I mean, it's now the women's right to show themselves capable of leading. It's just that I found it a rather bit unique that when I did the research around the world in terms of the North American Indians, in terms of the other Kalinago tribes or indigenous tribe, that I've never seen or heard of a woman emerging. So I do not know whether it's a decline in terms of your manlyhood, in terms of your ability for the Kalinago warriors, or that a woman has now decided to take that role, and whether it is not any what I would call discrimination, but rather you all would support her, but it would show a certain level of, as you said, aptitude that the men need to begin to be more, forthright in terms of their leadership qualities. That I would just like to put on the records.
Well, I don't want to...
Well, I'm not going into controversy.
I don't want to go into the gender matter. I think a human being is a human being, and if someone feels that he or she has the ability to lead and the ability to make a difference or to make the change, that they have a right to make themselves available to the community or to the public.
I agree with you.
And she has done this, and I want to say that I am proud of her decision and that I wish her well. Dominica has shown leadership in many ways on the female side of things. We have found ourselves with many, is it 3 women who were speakers of the house: Alex Boyd Knight, Mrs. Edwards, and Mary Davis Peer. We have found ourselves in terms of parliament as having more than what the United Nations has requested of us to give in parliament. And so you have the parliamentary representative for the Portsmouth area as a woman. You have the parliamentary representative for Paybush, a woman. You have the parliamentary representative
for
Roseau Central, a woman.
Yeah.
You have the parliamentary
Point Michel
for Point Michel.
Newtown.
Also Newtown, Roseau South.
Mm-hmm.
You have also
the one from Goodwill.
You also have the one from Goodwill.
Mm-hmm.
That is
the one from
7.
La Plaine.
The one from La Plaine. That is 8. In terms of being given the opportunity to represent, so they're actually parliamentary representatives. Yeah. I hope that we didn't forget any. And so, in the opposition, we have seen 1 elected woman, and I think 3. Is it 3? Senators, female. When you look also at the PSCs, you have quite a number of female
financial
PSCs.
Secretary.
Yes.
Quite a number of women at PSCs,
Yes. And so that needs to be complemented in terms of Dominica.
Yeah.
So it's not like it's anything
gender
new.
bias,
Dominica was the first to have a female prime minister in the Western Hemisphere, in the person of the
right now you have a female president.
Right now you have a female president. So Dominica, in terms of giving the female gender the opportunity to serve and to lead, we can say that we are proud about it. And so I really want to compliment Annette of giving selfless service. That's what it's been called. But what is important is commitment and standing with the people that you have given yourself that opportunity to stand with. That can be and should be done. And so I know it's not going to be an easy fit, because economically it's not an easy road worldwide. In terms of the infrastructure that's required, she would have to work with central government to ensure certain things are met. And so it's going to be
a challenge.
It's going to be a challenge.
Right.
But the challenge can only be a challenge if you try.
Community support.
And by virtue of the people voting for her.
Yeah, she was confident.
It's a first sign, not only of confidence, but it's a first sign to indicate that we are willing to have a woman to lead us. And so, as I close, I want to find out from the United States what they will do, because they have a woman, there's a second woman who's giving herself up to represent the United States as president. I hope that looking
Well, you know, there was supposed to be a second attempt on the life of the former president. You know that a guy, when he was playing golf, that he just chased down a fella who had a rifle, AK-47, who had a telescope trying again, they said, to have a second attempt on the president's life. Well, did you hear that news?
I didn't have a chance to listen to the
news.
Yeah,
that's breaking news, then, so second attempt.
When I get home, I will definitely get to my television screen to see.
So things are warming up.
Well, you call that democracy, according to the United States and many other people. And so security is important. And we have seen, in reference to security, has changed since after 9/11. So I believe in the scheme of things, politically, that you have people who are adverse, you have people who are for, and by virtue of that, we have to also ensure that we secure our politicians, whether they are in a minority or they are in a majority.
Because you know, some guys usually go crazy over the politics, you know. So we have to be reminded.
Thanks again.
Thank you, Prosper.
Prosper, and I want to wish you well. I know that you too was a counselor for, I think, how many terms? One term?
Yes, I was a counselor. I'm still serving.
Yeah.
As a counselor, but I'm still serving my community.
So I just want to say to you, thank you very much. Your last words.
Your final words.
I just want to offer my thanks to you on the Lakou program for allowing me to share my experience, and I hope some people get enlightened from Kalinago perspective. And the program now to extend to inviting the people to join in the other activity in Kalinago Week. So again, thank you very much, and have a pleasant night, sweet dreams, and we'll keep on listening to the number one radio DBS.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, big good boy. That's a big promotion for you, boy.
God bless you and have a nice night. All right. Yes.
DBS, the nation's #1.
Get down my number. Call me any old time. You don't need a reason. Any old season will be fine.
They on your numbers for your nation station. 1-800-327 if you are calling from a landline, 448-3284 or 616-1DBS or 616-1327 if you are using a mobile. And listeners overseas, your number is 305-432-9744.